Nations in ruins, more than 70 million dead, 2 world wars in a single generation, the unspeakable horrors of the Holocaust, and 72 territories still under colonialism. This was our world 80 years ago. A desperate world, grasping for any sign of hope. Courageous leaders gave that hope through our Charter of the United Nations. When signed on 26 June 1945, it was more than yet another empty political declaration. It was a promise from leaders to their people, and from nations to one another, that humanity had learned from its darkest chapters. It was a pledge not to deliver us to heaven, but to never again be dragged into hell by the forces of hatred and unchecked ambition. An acknowledgement that our failures came not from a lack of power, but from complacency. And the strong belief that our world could be better, that we could be better together. In the darkest moments of history, our grandmothers and grandfathers had the humility, grace, and I dare to say, good sense to put aside their differences, their self-interest and their resentments, and to agree to work together. When faced with a crossroads, they chose the right path, the path of hope. But hope is not blind optimism. It's not the guarantee that everything will work out. It's a deep belief that we are doing the right thing, regardless of whether we succeed. Today, the hours indeed feel dark once again. We stand at a similar crossroads. We see children without parents searching for food in the ruins of Gaza, the ongoing war in Ukraine, sexual violence in Sudan, gangs terrorizing people in Haiti, unfiltered hatred online, and floods and droughts all over the world. Is this a world envisioned in our charter? Do we really need to relearn the hard lessons? Today is not about celebrating. It's about remembering those hard lessons and drawing on the courage to once again agree, to find hope instead of resignation, to find the spirit from 80 years ago once again, to choose the right path, not because of any guarantee, but because of the conviction that it's the right thing to do. Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of States, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank the artists, especially the young artists, for their wonderful performance, which have set the tone for our event. Today, as we mark 80 years of our United Nations, we are once again standing at a crossroads. We cannot take the easy path and simply give up. We have to choose the right path to show the world that we can be better together. Not because the last 80 years were perfect, not because for 80 years, because we have tried. For 80 years, this building has stood as a monument to our shared hopes for a better future. Yes, we have disagreed, we have struggled, but we have also triumphed. For 80 years, this institution has driven progress on sustainable development, peace and security, and human rights. Today's commemoration is not the story of an institution. It's the story of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of people who tried to turn hope in something real. The people who stood between war and peace and chose peace. The people who are risking their lives to deliver food in Gaza. The people who are supplying education materials to girls in Afghanistan. The people who not only wear the symbol of the United Nations, but are out there on the ground, showing how we are better together. This is why this is the theme of this 80th session, better together. It's more than a hot motto, it's a hard-won truth. It's our commitment for the next 80 years. Our commitment to not only hope for problems to vanish, but to find the courage to confront them. Better together means to act where action is hard, to choose dialogue and diplomacy when division is easier. Hope at this 80th anniversary means that this session is not remembered not only for its milestone year, but as a moment when we called on extraordinary resolve equal to the extraordinary challenges we face. We owe this to the people, to the men and women, boys and girls who are not giving up, even in the darkest hours of war, who look still to the streaming blue flag for hope, the flag of our United Nations. Not perfect, not finished, but always better together. I now invite delegations to view a short film on the occasion of the 80th anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations entitled Better Together.
Chose peace. People who said, dignity cannot be broken. People who carried food on their backs, who rebuilt schools, who gave shelter to strangers. People who stood for the earth before it was too late. And the people who will carry it forward. The young, the unheard, the unstoppable. For 80 years, this has been and will be the work of humanity. Not perfect, not finished, but always better together. 80 years and more for peace, human rights, and sustainable development. UN. Better together.
I give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, I invite you to return for a moment to our earliest days. When the organization first opened its doors, many of its staff bore visible wounds from war, a limp, a scar, a burn. One of them was Major Brian Urquhart, the second person to be hired by the UN. A British soldier during the Second World War, he had been blown up on a ship in the Channel, witnessed the liberation of the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, and carried for the rest of his life the limp from a parachute that failed to open. He was not alone. A clerk might quietly mention a bullet wound. A delegate, the shard of shrapnel still lodged in its chest. They had seen the worst of humanity, the horrors of the death camps, the cruelty of combat, cities entirely wiped out. And it was precisely because of what they had witnessed that they chose to serve peace. Excellencies, there is a persistent myth that peace is naive, that justice is sentimental, that the only real politics is the politics of power and self-interest. But those early staff were not idealists untouched by reality. They had seen war and they knew. Peace is the most courageous, the most practical, the most necessary pursuit of all. And in building the United Nations, they created something extraordinary, a place where all nations, large and small, could come together to solve problems that no country can solve alone. And yet, at this moment, the principles of the United Nations are under assault as never before. As we meet, civilians are targeted and international law trampled in Gaza, the Ukraine, Sudan, and beyond. As we meet, poverty and hunger are on the rise as progress on the Sustainable Development Goals falters. As we meet, the planet burns with fires, floods, and record heat raging through climate chaos. And at the same time, we are moving towards a multipolar world. But without strong multilateral institutions, multipolarity has its risks, as Europe learned in the First World War. To meet these challenges, we must not only defend the United Nations, we must strengthen it. And that is the purpose of Agenda 2030, the Pact for the Future, and the UN80 initiative, to renew the foundations of international cooperation and to ensure that we can deliver for people everywhere. Excellences, au fil des
Excellencies, over the years, our organization has led the way to some of humanity's greatest triumphs. The eradication of smallpox, healing the ozone layer, and above all, the prevention of a third world war. The tests of the next 80 years will be both familiar and new. The battle will continue against war and poverty, but also climate chaos, runaway technologies, the militarization of space, and crises we cannot yet imagine. To meet these challenges, let us remember what our founders knew. The only way forward is together. Let us rise to this moment with clarity, courage, and conviction, and let us realize the promise of peace. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. I have the honor now to give the floor to Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former President of Liberia, 2011 Nobel Peace Laureate, and Africa's first elected female head of state, a champion of peace, justice, and democratic governments, a former United Nations staff member, and a steadfast voice for multilateralism.
Excellencies, Madam President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, friends, I'm honored to address this high-level meeting on peace and security as part of the UN 80th anniversary. 80 years after the founding, we must recommit to the Charter, to our common security, to the belief that nations can choose dialogue over destruction. We begin in Africa, our shared cradle of resilience and hope, where democracy is weakening, where fractures across borders from Sudan to the Sahel to the Great Lakes strain our regional architecture. Yet, across Africa, communities stand up to extreme violence. Regional bodies mediate transitions, and women's groups negotiate truces when the state is distant and humanity is near. We have learned hard lessons. Prevention costs less than reconstruction. Reconciliation is a process, not an event. Peace agreements require institutions and citizens to be real. When guns fall silent, skills training, jobs, justice, and dignity must follow swiftly. Liberia's story illustrates UN-led progress and success. The largest peacekeeping force joined Africa's forces to disarm fighters, support elections, reform security institutions, and create space for reconciliation and growth. India's all-female formed police unit strengthened protection and public trust. The mission ended with Liberia standing on its own feet, out of war, into a fragile peace with accountability, inclusive dialogue, and economic opportunity for young people. We must acknowledge that the multilateral architecture built to shield future generations from war is underperforming. That global leadership lacks a unified effort to respond to a technological-enabled world. Commemoration without candor is unaffordable. The world asks whether this House will protect civilians and uphold international humanitarian law. These are not words of despair. They are summons to repair. Our answer must go beyond words. It must translate into actions felt by a family in a tent, a nurse in a clinic, a child in school. A call for change, a renewed vision of collective security, and a broader approach to the triple planetary crisis and worsening inequality. The call for the new design of a new vision, better together, must ensure immediate protection of civilians, finance for conflict prevention, proposals that pay real people, leaders who are audible and accountable, women at the table with budgets that guarantee their participation in all peace negotiation delegations, and the deep weaponization of the information space. None of this is beyond our reach. It demands humility to listen, courage to compromise, persistence to implement. Peace is not built only in conference rooms, but in classrooms where girls learn without fear, clinics where mothers deliver safely, markets where youth find dignified work, courts where law is fair, and in daily acts of neighborly coexistence. 80 years on, the United Nations founding generation would ask if we are still worthy of the hopes inherited. Our answer must be yes. Not because the world is less dangerous, but because our determination is stronger. Better together. Your theme, better together, your theme, it must be a strategy. Regional bodies and the UN working together. Civil society and governments co-designing solutions. Women and men sharing power equally. Truth and reconciliation traveling the same road. Let us leave this anniversary with concrete commitments, funded priorities, and a timetable for action. Show those in shelters, standing in the bread lines, and awaiting news of loved ones that the United Nations, as it celebrates its 80th year, remains a place of peace, a place of refuge, a place of unity, and a place of hope. I thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf for your strong and wise words. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Gro Harlem Brundtland, former Prime Minister of Norway, former Director General of the World Health Organization, a medical doctor committed to health as a human right, and instrumental in placing sustainable development at the forefront of our international agenda.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to address you marking the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. I was born at the cusp of the World War II. My parents were both active in the resistance against the Nazi occupation of Norway, and we had to flee the country. Some of my earliest memories are from Sweden, where my parents worked for Norwegian refugees. And I grew up in a Europe where the ravages of war were still clearly visible, where millions carried terrible scars on their bodies and their souls. It is against this background that the UN was founded, not as a symbol, but as a solemn promise. A promise to equip humanity with legal and diplomatic tools to prevent wars of conquest and domination. A promise to enshrine universal human rights as a bulwark against totalitarianism, racism, and oppression. A promise to foster peace, development, and dignity for all people. So, Madam President, let me highlight two areas where the UN has made an undeniable difference that also are part of particular importance to me personally. First, sustainability. When Secretary General Javier Pérez de Cuellar asked me to chair the World Commission on Environment and Development, I accepted with great humility. And I am very proud of the report we produced, Our Common Future. It helped cement the concept of sustainable development in our collective consciousness. Thanks to UN-led efforts, we started charting a path towards economic development that does not destroy the basis of life for future generations, our climate and our natural environment. But we are today exceeding the planet's boundaries and approaching tipping points where there is no way back. Over 80% of the targets under the Sustainable Development Goals are today off track. Second, President, gender equality. During the UN's International Year Women's Year in 1975, I had just entered government for the first time. Many of my male colleagues hardly knew how to deal with me. In 1979 came the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. In 1981, I became Prime Minister for the first time. In 1995, 30 years ago this month, I delivered my address at the 4th World Conference on Women in Beijing. I spoke of the moral and economic imperative to end gender apartheid. I believed too optimistically that we would have come further by now. I did not foresee the intensity of the pushback that would come. Even today, there are countries where not a single woman sits in the highest decision-making bodies, including among the P5. But despite such adversity, the UN has methodically worked to strengthen the position of women through education, through microfinance, through work for sexual and reproductive rights and health, and through intense and effective advocacy work. With resolve and determination, we will get there in the end. So, Madam President, I have lived longer than most of you. I have witnessed the tangible differences the UN makes through economic upturns and downturns, political ebbs and flows. I have no patience for those who dismiss the UN as outdated. We are going through a time of great geopolitical shifts and impressive, but also frightening, technological development. The UN as our common hub for getting the facts on the table, debating and deciding on solutions, and acting is more important than ever. We owe that not just to ourselves, but to the generations to come. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Gro Harlem Brundtland for her blunt and powerful words. I have the honor now to give the floor to Ms. Maria Ressa, 2021 Nobel Peace Prize laureate, award-winning journalist, professor at Columbia University, co-founder of Rappler online news site, and a fearless defender of freedom of expression in the face of constant political harassment and arrests.
President Baerbock, Secretary General Guterres, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm normally chasing you here, and here I am. It's actually a very interesting place. Look, 80 years ago, this institution was born to prevent humanity from destroying itself. Never again, after fascism manipulated information, eroded truth, and dehumanized entire populations to enable genocide and global war. Today, we stand on the rubble of the world that was, and the challenge is to rebuild the United Nations for now, for this moment, when similar forces that led to those atrocities 80 years ago are now surging through digital platforms, insidiously manipulating us for power and profit. The biggest battle we face today is impunity, and it leads to our dehumanization in both the physical world, where wars rage from Ukraine to Gaza, and in the virtual world, where our minds and emotions are manipulated by surveillance capitalism for profit. To fight that, we need information integrity to remind us to be human. I became a journalist because information is power. But news groups lost our gatekeeping powers when an atom bomb exploded in our information ecosystem, a technological one that's silently destroying the very foundations the UN was built to protect. This is the deadliest period for journalists in recorded history. More than 240 journalists killed in Gaza alone. More than died in World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and the former Yugoslavia combined. This is unprecedented. They're targeted, and there must be accountability. We're living through an information Armageddon, where lies spread 6 times faster than facts on social media. That's a 2018 MIT study. It is so much worse today with generative AI. And the 3 sentences I've said over and over since 2016, without facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without these 3, we don't have a shared reality. We can't begin to solve any problems, let alone the existential ones you heard from the speakers before me. We cannot have journalism, we cannot have electoral integrity, we cannot have democracy. This is manipulation of human behavior at the cellular levels of our countries. Algorithms reward outrage over empathy, spreading fear, anger, and hate, pumping us full of toxic sludge. Regulating technology isn't a free speech issue, it's about public safety. Because as has been proven time and time again, online violence is real-world violence. As a Filipino, I'm proud that my country was a charter member of the United Nations, one of only 3 Asian founding nations. Our commitment to multilateralism and peace runs deep. But that legacy was tested under the Duterte administration. Among the actions it took, it filed 11 criminal charges against me in a little over a year. Until today, I still need Supreme Court approval to be here. But I'm here. And my former president, well, he was arrested in March for alleged crimes against humanity and is detained at The Hague waiting for trial. Impunity ends. The rule of law, championed now by the Philippines as it chairs the 6th Committee on Legal Questions, ultimately prevailed. We moved to it. The trends are clear. We are electing illiberal leaders democratically. As of March this year, VDEM said that 72% of the world is now under authoritarian rule. So we turn to you at the UN. It has its critics because you have to move faster. Security Council votes paralyze action on major crises. Outdated representation excludes rising powers. Bureaucratic processes respond too slowly to urgent threats. But as you know, the solution isn't to abandon multilateralism, it's to strengthen it by addressing the very impunity that undermines international law. At this time of creative destruction, I implore you to create. Here are 3 solutions. First, end big tech impunity through global accountability. We need binding standards for international to restore and regulate information integrity, just as we have for nuclear weapons and climate change. There are 2 new initiatives, first from the Vatican, created last weekend with His Holiness Pope Leo XIV, a declaration demanding artificial intelligence remain under human control with clear accountability mechanisms. The second one will be launched later today, a global call for AI red lines, which more than 200 of us have signed. We urge your governments to establish clear international boundaries to prevent universally unacceptable risks for AI, at the very least define what AI should never be allowed to do. Second, build alternative infrastructures for trust. It isn't just big tech that failed to protect the public in the virtual world. It's also you, the governments. At Rappler, we built a chat app using open source protocols. Countries that care about data privacy, France, Germany, all their government websites are on the Matrix protocol. It allows real people to talk to real people without manipulation. The vision is a global federation of trusted news organizations, because this is how journalism will survive and how we begin to build infrastructures of trust. Finally, the third one, create. Create, that's our word today. Invest in comprehensive solutions. Let your imagination run. 3 examples that's happening now. More than 3/4 of UN members now recognize Palestinian statehood, showing that international law can advance despite impunity. On gender, the Nobel Women's Initiative have pointed out, demonstrated that in nearly every conflict around the world, women are leading efforts for peace, defying displacement, patriarchy, gender apartheid, and militarized violence every day. And finally, on Wednesday, Demokrasya Siempre, 20 nations will pledge to strengthen democratic institutions and fight for information integrity. More than 40 Nobel laureates we have gathered together to support this multilateral initiative led by the Global South. Information integrity is the mother of all battles. Win this, and we can win the rest. Lose this, and we lose everything. Please choose courage over comfort, facts over fiction, hope over fear. A lot has changed since the UN was created 80 years ago. But its values, peace, human rights, justice, rule of law, these are more essential today than ever. It is time to create again, to build better, together. Please act now, before it's too late. Thank you.
I thank Maria Ressa also for her very powerful words. I now invite Ms. Mariam Burka, United Nations Global Advocate for Peace and youth leader, whose work bridges art, activism, championing women's rights, youth empowerment, and peace building, to recite a poem.
The President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, excellencies, good morning. Walking these halls, I realized that the United Nations was not built from harmony, It grew out of the ashes of war and the grief watered by the collective memory of what happens when dialogue and cooperation fails. Its foundation is not peace achieved, but peace pursued, fragile, imperfect, necessary, not just worth fighting for, but requiring a fight. And today, 80 years on, we gather to honor what has been achieved. Nations rebuilt, walls of division lowered, millions lifted by the shared will. But these are victories worth remembering, but the story is unfinished. The cracks in the foundation calls us to repair, to act, not to retreat. Our world bleeds before our eyes. Children in conflict zones, nations silenced by hunger and war. And it begs the question, are we witnessing the collapse of conscience in real time? Because behind every pact, there are people. Behind every statistic, there is a story. And behind every commitment that we sign, there are lives depending on whether we honor our words or not. And so this is not the time to feel powerless, because yes, hope and despair can coexist in the same breath because healing is not linear. The United Nations is not a monument, it is a mirror. And it reflects what we have dared to imagine 80 years ago. And today, here, it asks, will we dare again? Will we dare to work better together? Because if the past proves that we can build peace from ashes, then the present demands that we build it again, louder, braver, together. I speak as a global peace advocate, not because peace is easy, but because silence is complicity, and so I will not be silent. You know, I used to think that peace was a place, a final destination we arrive at after all wars have ended. But I have come to understand that peace is not a line that we cross. It is a choice that we make over and over and over again, especially when it is the hardest, especially when it feels far away. Peace is not a silence we force into people's mouths. It is not the absence of war, but the presence of understanding. Peace is a child learning to sleep again without flinching at the wind. It is a mother not having to choose between bread and dignity. It is a father not having to swallow his voice to feel like a man. Peace is messy, like forgiveness. It does not arrive in parade floats. Sometimes it comes crawling through broken windows when we finally agree that being right is not better than being whole. Peace is not found, it is built, brick by brutal brick, by hands that once knew how to fight, now choose to hold instead. There was a time when we measured strength by how long we could hold a grudge, but today, let us measure strength by how long we could hold space for someone else's truth. Because there was a me and a you before there was ever an us. And if us is broken, then peace is what lets us lay down the shards without aiming at each other's throats. Peace is the poem you write after the war in your chest has finally run out of ink. It is the moment you return to your body and find yourself still standing. Peace is not easy. And so let us not forget the ones who have carried peace quietly through the fire. The women whose hands mend what war has torn, who rebuild homes from memory, raise children between checkpoints, hold their families like nations, because peace has always known the name of a woman, carried through the way that she chooses courage over collapse again and again. And so today I speak peace into the bones of this world, into the rubble, into the rage, into the ruins. Because if war teaches us how to shatter, then peace must teach us how to stay soft, to stay human. And perhaps what makes us human is not that we always succeed in peace, but that we dare again and again to seek it, refusing to let our brokenness be the end of our story. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Burkhan, and as we conclude and after listening to this beautiful poem, let me emphasize again, peace is only a word and better together is only a slogan until we embrace it. So I invite you to embrace and live up to be better together over this 80th session.
This is not the story of an institution. It's the story of people. People who stood between war and peace and chose peace. People who said, dignity cannot be broken. People who carried food on their backs, who rebuilt schools, who gave shelter to strangers. People who stood for the earth before it was too late. And the people who will carry it forward. The young, the unheard, the unstoppable. For 80 years, this has been and will be the work of humanity. Not perfect, not finished, but always better together. 80 years and more for peace, human rights, and sustainable development. UN. Better together.
Before adjourning this meeting, I would like to remind delegation that the high-level meeting on the 30th anniversary of Fourth World Conference on Women will begin immediately in this hall. Delegations are therefore requested to remain seated while the stage is being prepared for the next meeting. The high-level plenary meeting to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations has concluded. I thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
Distinguished delegates, please take your seats. We are going to start now. Please take your seats.
Good morning to those of you who just came into the room, and good to see the others again after our anniversary session. The high-level meeting of the General Assembly on the 30th anniversary of the First World Conference on Women is called to order. Heads of states and government, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, distinguished participants. I warmly welcome all of you to this high-level meeting convened to mark the 30th anniversary of the Fourth World Conference on Women and to renew our resolve to fully implement the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. This high-level meeting is held on the theme Recommitting to, Resourcing and Accelerating the Implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action to achieve gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls, in accordance with General Assembly Resolution 79/288 of 7th May 2025. Allow me now to make a statement as President of the General Assembly.
Please take your seats, distinguished delegates.
Human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights, once and for all. When these famous words were spoken by Hillary Clinton 30 years ago in Beijing, they were revolutionary. But if our daughters heard this today, wouldn't they rather think, why would women's rights not be human rights? Our daughters who are the fastest sprinter in their high school, our daughters who are CEO of an AI startup, our daughters who their mothers become the first female president of the Marshall Islands, of Namibia, North Macedonia, Peru, of Slovenia or Suriname. All presidents joining us here today. For so many of you, of us here in this room, we hold these positions that when we ourselves were young seemed unattainable, but are now almost for the next generation. Because we stand on the shoulders of giants, on the shoulders of women who paved the way forward also for us. Towards a world in which our daughters today regard women's rights, our human rights, as a simple fact, not as something revolutionary. Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, feminist leaders, ladies and gentlemen, today we celebrate the courageous women who fought for every single phrase, for every single word in the Beijing Declaration. Their fight paid off. The Beijing Declaration was a watershed achievement advancing women's rights, resources, and representation. As Mama Mongella, how she was called, stated in 1995, a revolution has begun. There's no going back. Yet, 30 years later, the revolution remains unfinished. When the phrase "She runs like a girl" is hailed as an insult. When highly qualified CEOs are called diversity hires. When a female world leader is attacked on social media, not for the speech she gave, but for the wrong high heels she wore. That is when we remember how far we still have to go. There's no country in the world where women's rights are fully equal to men. And there are still too many places where even speaking about women's rights is a matter of life and death. Just weeks ago in Afghanistan, after the deadly earthquake, women and girls were left trapped in rubble as male rescuers were forbidden from touching them. As one survivor said, "Being a woman here means we are always the last to be seen." We see this also in Sudan, where the brutal civil war between two generals is literally being fought over women's bodies. I still have her voice in my ear when one mother told me, while I was sitting with her in a refugee camp, that she wishes that they all would have been simply killed instead of having to see her daughters being raped over and over again. This year alone, demand for life-saving post-rape support in Sudan increased almost 4 times. And this is no exception. 1 in 3 women globally will experience sexual violence at some point in her lifetime. 1 out of 3. This is us. And these battles extend to family planning. UNFPA estimates that a quarter of women are unable to make decisions about their own health care, and roughly half of all pregnancies are unintended. Delivering on Beijing, on this revolution, means also that no male politician, judge or religious leader should dare to tell our girls what to do with their bodies, because they are human beings, not property. It's our body, our choice. In this regard, I'm honored we are joined by our first guest speaker, Cecilia Suarez, who is using the platform to speak out against this scourge in Latin America and the Caribbean, affecting as many as 76% of women in the region. But even in the darkest hours, women are not victims. They are survivors. They are heroes. And it's an extreme honor that we will also hear from our guest speaker, Nadia Murad, Nobel laureate, a hero who not only survived the unthinkable crimes of ISIS, but gave Yazidi women a voice and by that defeated a terrorist organization. Women like Nadia Murad remind us that women's rights are not only human rights, but human rights are the for peace. Excluding women peace builders doesn't just reduce the possibility of peace, it undermines its very foundation and longevity. Celebrating today not only Beijing, but also 25 years of Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. Excellencies, Beijing and Resolution 1325 promised not only rights, but also resources. And there, the revolution has barely begun. At the current rate, reaching economic equality will take 120 years. Women's economic empowerment is not just about for women, but a favor for every society, every economy. As they say, it's economics, stupid. Closing the gender gap would increase global GDP by $7 trillion US. Which brings us to the third R, representation. We all know that when women are at the table, companies perform better, peace treaties last longer, and governments deliver more. Their presence is power. Yet, in this hall of principles, last year, fewer than 10% of speakers during high-level week were women. And out of all 80 presidents of the General Assembly, I'm only the 5th woman. Not even speaking about the Secretary General, where in 80 years we have never had a female SG. This is not just This is, as we can hear, not just a matter of representation, it's a matter of credibility to practice what we preach. But it's not only who is leading, it is how we lead. Leadership means collaboration. The theme of this 80th session overall is better together. A motto which Beijing so many came together in networks like Femnet by Memory Kamba, a guest speaker here also today. Ladies and gentlemen, today we celebrate this spirit of better together and the courage of the women who paved the path to Beijing and beyond. But tomorrow we go back to work. As female presidents, as male presidents, as Olympic sprinters, as CEOs, as ordinary mothers and daughters. And just in case, while finishing the revolution from Beijing, we might hear that contemptuous phrase, "you run like a girl," we should remember what little girls all around the world would do. Exactly that. Proudly run like a girl. Fast as hell, even in showing women's rights are always human rights. That they are our rights, our future. Now invite the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, to make a statement.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, dear friends, 30 years ago, the world came together that the rights of women are not separate, secondary, or negotiable. They are human rights. The Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action is the most ambitious global political commitment on women's rights ever achieved. And it has helped to power advances in some critical areas: legal protection, political participation, education, maternal mortality, recognizing the need to tackle violence against women as a global priority, and more. But progress has been slow and uneven, and no nation has achieved full equality for women and girls. Sustainable Development Goal 5, gender equality, is lagging far behind. Hard-won gains are now under attack. Meanwhile, conflicts and climate disasters are multiplying, and the human rights of women and girls are casualties of both. Cultural and structural barriers remain entrenched, and technology is spreading hate like a virus. A wave of misogyny is rolling across the world. Let us be clear. Equal rights and opportunities are not partisan issues. They are global imperatives and the foundation of peace, prosperity, and progress. Excellencies, dear friends, in every region, every country, every community, women and girls are fighting for their rights, demanding freedoms, combating abusive practices, rallying for legal protections, and organizing to take their rightful place at the table in decision-making and peace processes. And the United Nations stands with them. All leaders should do the same, by speaking out for the rights of women and girls, by making clear that tradition cannot excuse oppression, and by doing everything possible to realize the vision of the Beijing Declaration. Excellencies, early this year, countries took an important step forward. The Commission on the Status of Women adopted a new political declaration committing to implement the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action fast and in full. So now all countries must live up to that responsibility. We need strong, visible support at the highest levels and concrete plans backed by real investment. To support women's organizations, services and solutions, to deliver the Beijing Plus 30 action agenda, to advance socio-economic empowerment, to defend women's rights, to confront a challenge barely imagined 3 decades ago. Artificial intelligence is reshaping our world, but the transformation is unfolding in an industry dominated by men, shaped by biased data, and driven by algorithms that frequently reinforce discrimination. We must confront violence and online hate and ensure that technology serves equality, not exclusion. And that includes a priority in investing in women and girls' education in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Because women's participation in decision-making on this issue and every other, it is not a gift, it is a right. It strengthens societies, enriches debate, and boosts equality across the board. We must remove systematic obstacles to equality for women and girls. From discrimination to unequal pay and inequality before the law, we need universal ratification of the Convention on the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. Excellences, enfin, nous devons prendre des mesures proactives pour assurer la participation des femmes à la prise de décision à tous les échelons. Ici, aux Nations Unies, grâce à des efforts soutenus, nous avons atteint et maintenu la parité hommes-femmes parmi les cadres dirigeants. And allow me a brief explanation on this. Some think that we had to bend the rules in favor of women to reach parity. Totally wrong. The only thing we did was to guarantee that there was effective equality opportunities for women and men, and that the selection processes had not a misogynist bias. And the result was parity at the level of the high direction of the United Nations. Nous poursuivrons nos efforts pour parvenir à la parité dans l'ensemble de l'organisation, guidée par notre plan d'accélération pour l'égalité des genres. Excellence, il y a 80 ans, la Charte des Nations Unies affirmait l'égalité des droits entre les femmes et les hommes. Il y a 30 ans, la déclaration de Pékin consacrait les droits des femmes comme des droits humains. Aujourd'hui, dans cette enceinte, nous devons entendre comment nous comptons transformer ces ambitions en réalité. Faites entendre vos engagements, présentez vos plans. Ensemble, réalisons l'égalité pour les femmes et les filles, une égalité dans notre monde à tous. Je vous remercie.
I thank the Secretary General. I now invite Her Excellency Huang Shouwei, Deputy Head of the National Working Committee on Children and Women of the State Council of China, as host of the 4th World Conference on Women, to make a statement.
Distinguished Madam President, distinguished colleagues, China commends the General Assembly for convening this meeting to mark the 30th anniversary of the Beijing World Conference on Women. Just as what Madam President stated, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action for Women has a milestone kind of, it is a source of wisdom and strength. It provides a blueprint for action that continues to guide global efforts towards gender equality. Over the past 3 decades, the World Conference on Women has been a catalyst for tremendous change, from advancing legal reforms to expanding social services, from empowering women to enhancing their participation. Countries have made notable strides toward gender equality. Countless women have undergone profound transformation, moving from silence to voice, from the margins to the center, and from dependence to independence. These achievements testify to the foresight and enduring vitality of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. Gender equality is not only human rights, but also a powerful driver of sustainable development. For the past 30 years, as host of the Beijing Conference on Women, China has honored its commitments through concrete action. Under the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, China has steadfastly advanced gender equality as a fundamental national policy, implemented 4 successive cycles of the National Program for Women's Development, and built a comprehensive legal framework of 100 laws and regulations to safeguard women's rights and interests. With measurable and effective institutional mechanisms, China has significantly strengthened women's empowerment in the fields of economy, health, education, employment, political participation, and social protection, benefiting 690 million women. China's women, with their creativity, continue to hold up half the sky in the nation's progress. China has consistently championed the advancements of women around the world. In partnership with the United Nations, China established the Prize for Girls and Women's Education, with Professor Peng Liyuan, spouse of President Xi Jinping, serving as special envoy. China has trained 200,000 female professionals from over 180 countries and regions, and has carried out empowerment projects totaling over $14 million in more than 20 countries. The Global Center for Digital Empowerment of Women, established by China, offers a new platform to help bridge the digital gender divide and to promote women's meaningful participation in AI development. Distinguished Madam President, colleagues, at present, the century's profound transformation is accelerating, and the global governance stands at a critical crossroads. Nearly 10% of women remain trapped in extreme poverty. More than 600 million women lived amid conflict, and violence against women, discrimination, and economic inequality continue. Developing countries an annual funding gap of $420 billion for gender equality. These challenges call for urgent, more proactive, and pragmatic action. Chinese President Xi Jinping's proposal for a global governance initiative comes at a critical juncture. Advancing gender equality and the full development of women requires strengthened international cooperation, accelerated action, and sustained commitments. At this new starting point, China calls for the following: continued advancement of the equal development of women. Safeguarding women's rights and interests should be elevated as a national priority and embedded as a social norm. The allocation should be increased to women's equal access, opportunities, and their full participation. Continued empowerment of women in innovation and development. Quality education for women and girls should be provided. Digital technologies should be harnessed to strengthen their capabilities, support their leadership, and unlock their innovative potential. Continue to promote the shared development of women worldwide. All countries should uphold genuine multilateralism and fully leverage the vital role of the UN, deepen South-South cooperation and North-South dialogue, and expand financial and technical support for developing countries, leaving no woman or girl behind. Distinguished Madam President, dear colleagues, gender equality is not only a matter for women, but a cornerstone of human progress and human civilization. Let us remain true to our original aspirations and mission, continue to translate the blueprint of the Beijing Declaration and platform for action into tangible results, and work together to build a community with a shared future for all. I look forward to welcoming you at the Global Summit on Women in Beijing. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Head of the National Working Committee on Children and Women of the State Council of China. I now invite Ms. Sima Bahous, Executive Director of the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, to make her statement.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, Your Majesties, ministers, excellencies. 30 years ago, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action changed the world. It brought the UN Charter's principles and promises to life for women and girls: human rights, dignity, equality. To this day, the Beijing Declaration remains the most visionary, groundbreaking, and far-reaching global agenda for gender equality and women's rights. And it has delivered. Today, girls are far more likely to finish school than any other moment in history. Maternal deaths have nearly halved. The number of women in parliament has more than doubled. And nearly every country has laws to end violence against women and girls. And in just the last 5 years alone, nearly 100 discriminatory laws have been reversed. Every step forward was hard-won by feminist movements, by governments, by the multilateral system. And every step forward proved the same truth: gender equality works. But progress has not been fast enough, wide enough, or deep enough, and in too many places it is being reversed. On our current path, 351 million women and girls will still live in extreme poverty by 2030. And today, 676 million women and girls live within reach of deadly conflict, the highest recorded since the 1990s. Women and girls in crises suffer unspeakable atrocities, hunger and violence, from Afghanistan, the DRC, Gaza, the Sudan, Ukraine, to Yemen and beyond. Women and girls bear the brunt of crisis. We owe it to them to spare no effort in the pursuit for peace. Excellencies, the very systems built to advance and fund gender equality are being hollowed out quietly but deliberately. This is not just regression, it is retreat. But the future is not fixed. Another path is still possible. Excellencies, as we commemorate 80 years of the United Nations and 30 years since the Beijing Declaration, 2025 must be our turning point. This is why, in this pivotal year, we asked governments to recommit with bold, measurable actions across a roadmap of 6 priority areas. And you answered. 108 governments have stepped forward with 196 national actions on the Beijing Plus 30 action agenda. You are investing in care systems, strengthening gender data, and funding women peace builders on the front lines. You are putting power, protection, and possibility in the hands of women and girls. You are harnessing technology and innovation to advance, not hinder, equality. And you are enacting laws to protect women and girls from violence. Your actions reflect partnerships with feminist movements who have carried this agenda through times of backlash and breakthrough alike. Importantly, your actions prioritize the leadership and voice of adolescent girls and women. These actions form a map of the possible, and we know what that possible can deliver when we come together. Just this past week, you took another step forward together when you adopted by consensus the resolution to revitalize the Commission on the Status of Women, a timely legacy of Beijing Plus 30. I applaud you for this. This is multilateralism at its best. Excellencies, your words today must be matched by courage tomorrow. In the policies you pass, in the budgets you allocate, and the change you drive together with and for women. Because gender equality remains a unifying force for the world. Let history remember 2025 as the year we stood our ground for ceasefires, for peace, for justice, for equal rights, for sustainable development, and for prosperity for all women, for all girls, for all humanity. I thank you.
I thank the Executive Director of the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women. I now invite Ms. Dean Keita, Executive Director of the United Nations Population Fund, to make her statement.
Mr. Secretary General, Madam President, Excellencies, esteemed colleagues. 30 years ago, in Beijing, the world pledged to achieve gender equality and women's empowerment. 1 year earlier, at the International Conference on Population and Development in Cairo, government affirmed that sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights are a precondition for women empowerment and essential to dignity and development. Population, sexual reproductive health and rights, and gender equality are inextricably linked. Beijing and Cairo go hand in hand, mutually reinforcing and universal. Today, we gather not only to commemorate, but also to thank the member states for their effort. While significant progress has been made, it is fragile. Too many women still die giving birth. Too many women and girls are denied safety and opportunity. Millions of youth and marginalized people do not have their most basic needs met. And new threats are rising: climate change, increasing conflict, digital world where technology, including artificial intelligence, can be fabulous opportunities when used properly, instead of being weaponized against women and girls. Demographic shifts are reshaping societies. Rapid population growth in some regions, aging in others, rising migration, systems are strained, inequalities deepen, reproductive rights come under threat. Excellences, je m'adresse à vous aujourd'hui en tant que nouvelle directrice exécutive de UNFPA. J'assume cette responsabilité avec humilité et détermination, déterminée à protéger les acquis, à défendre haut et fort les droits humains, à aller plus loin ensemble, afin que les promesses faites à Beijing et au Caire soient enfin tenues. Le Fonds des Nations Unies pour la population se tient à vos côtés, aux côtés de nos partenaires des Nations Unies, de la société
in the United Nations, civil society, and particularly women's organizations and networks as they continue their tireless work to promote the rights and voices of women and girls in all their diversity. UNFPA's contribution to these efforts is unique. As a public health and population agency, we work to ensure that every woman and girl can live free from violence and decide freely on her future. Sexual and reproductive health and rights are the foundation of equality in our society, the best investment in the better, fairer world envisioned in the 2030 agenda.
Beijing and Cairo with urgent action. Under our Secretary General leadership, we look forward to delivering as one with our sister agency on the ground. Let us recommit to do better together and make sure that no woman should die while giving life. Let's invest in right and choices, the foundation of justice, prosperity, and peace. Merci.
Merci. I thank the Executive Director of the United Nations Population Fund. I now invite Ms. Hala Haidar, Chair of the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, to make her statement.
Madam President of the GA, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. 30 years after Beijing, it must be said loud and clear, gender equality is not a favor. It's not optional. It is justice, peace, and progress for all humanity. Beijing gave us a powerful blueprint. It mandated the world to tackle 12 urgent areas: poverty, education, violence, decision-making, among others, and it transformed global policies. We have made gains: stronger laws against gender-based violence, more girls in schools, and a growing recognition that women's rights are human rights. But let us be honest, we are at a crossroad. Around the world, we witness a backlash against women's human rights, their underrepresentation in decision-making, online abuse, and discrimination against women being coded into new technologies. Moreover, we are horrified by the impact of conflict on women and girls. This is why CEDAW, the committee and the convention, matters more than ever. Beijing gave us the vision. CEDAW gives us the compass. The convention is legally binding. It holds states to account and measures progress and turns promises into rights that cannot be taken away. CEDAW covers every Beijing priority, defends women's economic rights, access to resources, calls for education, a force of transformation, places gender-based violence against women at the center of its concern and demands action. It advances women's voice in peace and security processes, and in that regard, CEDAW has just published an addendum on WPS. And with General Recommendation number 40 on the equal and inclusive representation of women in decision-making system, whose elaboration was supported by a large number of member states, it sets a bold roadmap for 50-50 parity in decision-making, not some distant day, but now. CEDAW is not a bystander. It's a driving force. It is addressing many emerging issues faced by women and girls in conflict, online abuse, stereotypes, and the gendered impacts of climate change. So today, let us stand together and say we will not go back. We will not allow the progress of the past 30 years to be undone. We will renew our commitments, demand accountability, and keep pushing until every woman and girl can live in freedom, equality, and dignity. Beijing gave us the blueprint. CEDAW gives us the compass. Today, as we celebrate Beijing Plus 30, I call on every government in every institution and every one of us. Let us turn today's momentum into a movement. Let us act united, boldly, urgently, until equality is no longer a dream, but the lived reality of every woman and girls everywhere. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the Chair of the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. I now invite Ms. Claudia Flores, Chair of the Working Group on Discrimination Against Women and Girls, to make a statement.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and colleagues, it is an honor to join you in my capacity as chair of the UN Working Group on Discrimination Against Women and Girls. Thank you for including the working group in this landmark discussion. As we reflect on and reaffirm the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, we have both an opportunity but also a responsibility. We celebrate the gains of the last 30 years, recognizing that these victories, above all, belong to the brave women and girls human rights defenders who have pressed forward in the face of great restraints and risk. We also acknowledge the important progress achieved by member states in partnership with diverse stakeholders. As it marks its 15th anniversary, the working group has seen meaningful strides, from laws ensuring equal participation in public life, to reforms dismantling discrimination in family and cultural life, to new investments expanding women's and girls' economic rights. These advances demonstrate what is possible when states commit systematically to equality in all of its dimensions. Yet, we must also confront the reality that alongside this progress, and perhaps in response to it, a troubling wave of backlash threatens women and girls' rights worldwide, including challenges to the very concept of gender as the social and cultural norms and power relations we have built around sex. We see retrogressive narratives and policies designed to restrict rights and divide movements for dignity and equality. These are not abstract debates. They are concrete harms with grave costs for women and girls. In our most recent response, the working group, together with 30 independent mandate holders, issued a joint statement reaffirming the centrality of gender to the protection of human rights. Today, I urge states to act with determination to preserve international consensus and protect hard-won gains for women and girls. At the same time, we also recognize that these moments of challenge can be moments of opportunity. The working group remains committed to supporting states and stakeholders in advancing substantive gender equality as articulated in CEDAW. This year, through its forthcoming report on artificial intelligence and through the CREATE framework presented in its latest guidance, this framework offers a holistic and inclusive pathway to counter the gender backlash and to foster the transformation needed for a global community truly rooted in human dignity. Excellencies, while we celebrate the achievements of member states, civil society, the United Nations, all who are gathered here, we must also confront urgently and honestly what it will take to achieve gender equality. We can't afford another 30 years of effort only to see progress unravel. What is needed now is investment and political will to hold the line, the clarity to find ways forward amidst mounting challenges, and the integrity to trust women and girls as they continue to lead the way. Thank you.
I thank the chair of the Working Group on Discrimination Against Women and Girls. I now invite Ms. Reem Al-Salem, Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls, its causes and consequences, to make her statement.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies. 30 years ago, the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action, the BDPA, gave the world a visionary blueprint that recognized the structural, societal, and individual causes of violence against women and their consequences. Today, as we commemorate its anniversary, we must recommit to its promise with honesty and courage. That starts with returning to the original intent of the BDPA, not diluted, not reinterpreted, and to implementing it comprehensively and not superficially. Let me highlight 6 commitments that are especially urgent and pertinent today. First, we must reaffirm women's inherent dignity and humanity. The BDPA mentions dignity 7 times and humanity 5 times, reminding us that women are not a subset, but are half of humanity. Yet today, those words have vanished from our policy language as though women's most basic worth and rights could be set aside. If we lose the language of dignity and humanity, we lose the foundation of equality. Second, we must reclaim the material reality of being female. The BDPA references the term sex or a derivative of it 176 times, recalling that all major human rights instruments prohibit discrimination on that basis. And yet, 3 decades later, the architects of the BDPA would be in disbelief to learn that stating this truth is branded by some as hateful, outdated, and regressive. Third, we must confront the rampant commodification and objectification of women and girls. Their bodies, their sexuality, and even reproductive functions have been turned into products for the sale and purchase, creating patriarchal entitlements and control, both online and offline. The BDPA was gravely and rightly concerned with this exploitation, particularly of prostitution and trafficking for sexual exploitation, and urged states to prosecute those who profit from it. Today, we must finally heed that call. Fourth, the BDPA identified aggression, colonialism, and foreign occupation as causes of grave violations, ethnic cleansing, genocide that fall within cruelty on women and girls. While governments stand idly by, women and girls, particularly in Palestine and in Afghanistan, are being intentionally and systematically targeted and destroyed. These atrocities and the impunity granted to their perpetrators expose the profound hypocrisy of governments who claim to defend women's rights while turning a blind eye to their annihilation. Fifth, the BDPA demanded accountability. But instead of an increased access to justice, we are seeing the opposite, on several fronts undermining rights hard won. Perpetrators of rape, trafficking, war crimes, and genocide walk free, flaunting their impunity while some governments boast of their support to them. And finally, the BDPA warned against excessive military spending, recognizing that militarization fuels violence against women while draining resources from peace, women empowerment, and ending violence, as well as social justice. Yet today, the global arms race intensifies, leaving women and girls to pay a hefty price. Excellencies, 30 years ago, states believed this agenda was achievable. If this was possible then, it is possible now, not as an act of charity, but as a necessity and undeniable right for women, for half of humanity. That half is watching, and that half will hold you to account. Thank you.
I thank the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls, its causes and consequences. I now invite Cecilia Suarez, UN Global Advocate for the Spotlight Initiative, to make her statement.
Good morning, Madam President, Secretary General, Excelencias, amigos. Nos reunimos como cada año en este mes para echar la mirada al mundo que hoy habitamos. Un mundo complejo, sin duda, entre múltiples conflictos armados, un genocidio en toda regla, una crisis climática cada vez más severa y el imparable avance de la tecnología sin un marco jurídico y claro, así como transparente. Y como cada septiembre, volvemos al tema que nos convoca, la equidad que mujeres y niñas siguen anhelando y demandando a lo largo y ancho de nuestro planeta. Hoy, con una urgencia radical que muestra que una política de omisión significaría para millones de mujeres y niñas en todas las latitudes un retroceso. No es sorpresa para nadie que la inversión global en equidad de género resulte una ficha comodín dentro de los presupuestos globales. Los números así lo demuestran. Tan solo en lo que llevamos en 2025, la lucha por la equidad de género presenta un déficit presupuestario de $420 billones. En contraste, la inversión global en gasto militar asciende a $2.718 billones. Y escúchenlo bien, 2.718 billones en armamento y guerra frente a un déficit de 420 billones en equidad de género. Es decir, el mundo hoy prefiere gastar 6 veces más en prepararse para el conflicto que en impulsar y salvaguardar a la mitad de su población, quienes, por cierto, también construimos economía. La pregunta inevitable es, ¿qué hemos normalizado para creer que tener los medios de destrucción es más importante que garantizar el desarrollo y las oportunidades de mujeres y niñas? ¿Hasta cuándo seguiremos pensando que se nos puede dejar vivir como ciudadanas de segunda? La pregunta puede sonar ingenua. La guerra es un negocio, pero también lo es invertir en desaparecer aquello que mantiene a la mitad de la población, las mujeres, lejos de su verdadero potencial dentro de nuestras sociedades y a su vez restringir el crecimiento de la sociedad en su conjunto. Y lo volveremos a decir, se tiende a ver y entender esta brecha como algo que oprime, aflige y alcanza únicamente a las mujeres. Pero no nos equivoquemos. Preguntémonos, ¿qué es lo que realmente pierde un hombre cuando es educado y adoctrinado en el aparente privilegio de su masculinidad? ¿Qué es lo que tanto tememos sea visto y reconocido en ellos? La duda, la ternura, su verdadera fragilidad o su capacidad para sentir. Podría también mencionar que el 90% de las organizaciones trabajando en pro de las mujeres han sufrido recortes financieros durísimos este año. La situación es crítica. Por lo mismo, seré muy concreta. Se necesitan recursos, reformas y liderazgo. La iniciativa Spotlight ha demostrado con sus mecanismos, programas y marcos jurídicos que es posible obtener resultados positivos y concretos en esta lucha. Es liderazgo lo que se requiere de quienes hoy están aquí.
from those who
un
are
liderazgo
gathered here,
que impulse reformas
leadership
y
that
que con
fosters
hechos
reforms,
se
and that
comprometa a invertir conscientemente
facts
en la
makes it
lucha
possible
por la igualdad.
to truly
Por
invest
último,
in the fight for
a los
equality, with
escépticos
actions rather.
les pregunto,
And lastly, to
¿de
those who are
verdad creen
skeptical, I will
que
ask,
nuestro paso
do you
por
really
este plano de la
believe that
existencia es tan extenso, tan largo,
our,
como para priorizar actos de
passage,
destrucción frente
our
al camino
presence in
del
this
avance
world
colectivo
is
donde todas
truly
y
worth
todos
investing in
avancemos
destruction
juntos?
instead of investing
Piénsenlo.
in efforts that
Thank
make
you.
us all progress together. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Suarez, and now I invite Ms. Memorio Kanshamba, Executive Director of the African Women's Development and Communication Network, to make a statement.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, brothers and sisters, thank you for this opportunity to speak at this occasion. I stand before you not as a one voice, but many that carry the breath of African women and girls, from the mountains of Kilimanjaro to the shores of Dakar, the streets of Harare, and the villages of Mali. 30 years ago, the Beijing Declaration, lit a flame. Women and girls danced. We sang together. The moment was not only symbolic, it was sacred. It was a covenant. And yes, there has been progress in the areas that Your Excellencies eloquently discussed and share on care work, gender-responsive budgeting, on women, peace and security, on the girl child, and climate justice. But let us be honest, even though this has entered the discourse has not delivered. There's been persistent and deliberate gaps, particularly the chronic underfunding of national gender institutions and the many sectors that shape our lives: health, education, agriculture, livelihoods, as well as public service provision. We have seen the erosion of women's organizing and feminist movements. We have seen reversals of hard-won gains and rights undermining our demands and struggle. We African women and girls demand bold, transparent, and participatory accountability. We insist on inclusion of women and girls in all their diversity. Civil society is not the enemy of the state. We are co-creators of development. We are guardians of democracy. We are the architects of liberation. The backlash that we face is not just against gender equality. It's against the truth. It is against freedom. It's against the principles upon which these institutions celebrating 80 years has been founded. We must affirm feminist principles that offer real alternatives to the broken system. Ubuntu, our shared humanity and interdependence, reparative justice for colonialization, debt, and climate harm. Africa each year loses close to 60 billion through illicit financial flows. These are funds and resources that can make a huge impact on women's rights and gender equality. Your Excellency, we also face a lot on our peace as a continent, on the dignity, on the extraction that we see of critical resources in the name of advancing climate transition. We see systematic violence. 80 years of the United Nations, we must not still be debating the relevance of gender equality and women's rights. Not in this generation, not after 30 years of Beijing, not after decades of the struggle. Women and girls deserve a life free of violence, free from the misogyny, free from the technology-facilitated violence that we see. Women and girls deserve to live and to thrive in dignity and joy. UNGA 80 must rise to this moment of reckoning and make bold, unapologetic resolve to fund gender equality and women's rights. It is non-negotiable. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Kachamba. I now invite Ms. Nadia Murad, Nobel Peace Laureate and founder of Nadia's Initiative, to make her statement.
Thank you, Madam President, for your commitment to advancing the rights of women and girls globally. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years ago in Beijing, the world declared that women's rights are human rights. Today we gather not only to reflect on that promise, but to ask, are we truly fulfilling it? Progress has been made, more women in parliaments, in classrooms, in leadership. But we're also at a dangerous crossroads. Around the world, democracy is weakening, extremism is rising, and women's rights are under attack. Nowhere is this more visible than in conflict-affected and crisis-affected areas. Millions of women and girls denied the right to education, targeted with sexual violence, or forced into early marriage. Behind these injustices are human lives, mothers, daughters, sisters, and friends, families destroyed, futures stolen. I was once a young woman living in peace until ISIS captured me and countless other women and girls, shattering our lives in unimaginable ways. Hundreds of these women and girls, including my niece, my sister-in-law, and my cousins, are still missing in captivity in Syria. Since my escape, I have met many women who endured unimaginable suffering and whose strength is extraordinary. But strength alone cannot rebuild lives. They need action, they need justice, they need resources. And yet, women's organizations, the lifeline in times of crisis, remain underfunded and excluded. Perpetrators of sexual violence continue to enjoy impunity. Equally urgent, the international community must hold accountable regimes, groups, and governments that deny women and girls the rights, those that legalize child marriage, restrict education, or enact discriminatory laws. Justice must extend beyond individuals to the system and structures that perpetuate inequality. If we are serious about the Beijing Platform for Action, then we must do three things. Fund the women's organizations on the front lines, guarantee women's full participation in peace and security, hold perpetrators and oppressive systems accountable, because impunity should never be an option. These are not just policies, they are promises we owe it to every woman and girl. Sustainable peace is impossible while half of humanity's population is silenced or targeted with violence. 30 years after Beijing, reflection is not enough. We must accelerate. The next generation of women and girls deserve to inherit no more promises, but the reality of equality, justice, and dignity. Thank you.
I thank Nadia Murad, and with the wise words from her, we have just heard the last speaker for the opening segment of this high-level meeting. I thank all our eminent speakers once again for their participation and insightful interventions, and maybe we have applause for all of the speakers again. Heads of state and government, ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates, distinguished participants. We shall now hear statements in the plenary segment in accordance with paragraphs 1 and 3b of General Resolution 79/288. Before giving the floor to the first speaker, I would like to inform delegations that we have a very, very, very long list of inscriptions, which shows the commitments. But in order to enable the high-level meeting to hear from as many delegations as possible in the limited time, all speakers are requested to adhere to the 3-minute time limit for statements in the national capacity and 5 minutes for statements made on behalf of a group of states. Delegations are advised that the limit for time statement will be strictly enforced, and I would like to underline that. The microphones will be automatically muted once the speaking time has elapsed. Having said this, I would appeal to all speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace to facilitate interpretation into the 6 official languages of the United Nations, and have always a look at the little clock in front of you. Having said that, it's my dear honor to give now the floor to our first speaker of the high-level meeting convened by the President of the General Assembly on the 30th anniversary of the 4th World Conference on Women. And I give the floor to Her Excellency Jennifer Gerling Simons, President of the Republic of Suriname.
Excellencies, it is with great honor and responsibility that I stand here as the first female president of the Republic of Suriname and also the first member state speaking today as we commemorate the 30th anniversary of the 4th World Conference on Women. This historic occurrence in my country has not only cracked the glass ceiling, but more importantly paved the way for particularly girls to dream about something that was perceived uncommon only about 3 decades ago. Today, we celebrate the work and advocacy of many pioneers at both political and intergovernmental levels in bringing the cause of women's empowerment and gender equality to the center of the global agenda. Madam President, as I pause to reflect of the role of women in Suriname, I can conclude that women of my country historically have always been on the forefront in the fight for freedom, justice, and economic development. Suriname remains committed to the Beijing Declaration and has made gradual progress in strengthening legislation, advancing gender-sensitive policies, and implementing programs to address persistent inequalities. Persistent challenges such as economic disparities, gender-based violence, and underrepresentation of women in leadership. These must be addressed with renewed urgency and vigor. We also face new and have to address new challenges, like the negative influence of social media on the self-image of many girls and young women. In closing, Madam President, Suriname reaffirms its unwavering commitment to advancing the rights, empowerment, and full participation of women and girls in every aspect of life. As a priority action, my government commits to further improve access to STEM education for girls and the protection of women and girls against gender-based violence. Advancing gender equality means progress in achieving sustainable development for all. Working as equals, living as equals, as women and men, we are better together. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency, and again, congratulations for being the first of your kind, the first female president of Suriname. Congratulations. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Karen Keller-Sutter, President of the Swiss Confederation.
Madame la Présidente, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la déclaration et le programme d'action de Beijing sont aujourd'hui encore notre boussole. Car l'égalité de genre n'est pas une option, c'est un droit humain universel et un catalyseur de développement économique. Malgré le chemin parcouru, les défis restent importants aussi en Suisse. Avant tout, la violence contre les femmes demeure une réalité inacceptable. Certaines inégalités salariales persistent en particulier parce que les mères ne sont pas pleinement intégrées sur le marché de l'emploi et parce que les femmes sont encore trop peu nombreuses aux postes de décision. 30 ans après Beijing, notre objectif reste intact. La Suisse a pris des mesures concrètes pour mettre en œuvre les droits inscrits dans notre Constitution et dans nos engagements internationaux. Une stratégie nationale pour l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes adoptée en 2021. Des réformes législatives majeures ont renforcé la protection des victimes de violences de genre, notamment l'adaptation de la définition pénale du viol et l'inscription du stalking dans le code pénal. En novembre prochain, nous lancerons une campagne nationale contre la violence de genre avec un message clair: l'égalité protège contre la violence. À travers sa politique étrangère, la Suisse s'engage pour garantir l'universalité des droits des femmes et l'égalité de genre, en priorité la participation économique et politique des femmes et la lutte contre la violence basée sur le genre. Madame la Présidente, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, les crises récentes ont entraîné un recul en matière d'égalité des genres. En effet, les acquis des dernières décennies sont aujourd'hui menacés dans plusieurs pays. Or, des solutions ont été formulées depuis longtemps dans différents instruments multilatéraux. Aujourd'hui, nous devons nous appuyer sur ce cadre normatif international et nous engager pour sa mise en œuvre. C'est là le meilleur moyen de protéger les individus et d'assurer le développement des sociétés égalitaires. La démocratie et la prospérité économique en dépendent. Ensemble, transformons la vision de Beijing en réalité. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. I give the floor now to Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia.
Madam President, gender equality and women empowerment have been key priorities for Namibia's government since our independence in 1990. We have shown strong political will through adopting international commitments, including the Beijing Declaration and the Platform of Action, which are domesticated in our national gender policy. 30 years ago in Beijing, we affirmed that women's rights were indeed human rights. Since then, Namibia has always built on the strong foundation of this declaration to draw a strong link on issues related to women and development and access. Our progress in the area of political inclusion and legal frame are grounded in this and underpinned our deep commitment to achieve progress for empowerment of women.
As a result of this, Namibia closed 81.1% of its gender gap, ranking 8th globally and first in Africa as per the 2025 World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap reports. As President, I'm happy to highlight our historical milestone. Namibia now has a female president, vice president, Speaker of the National Assembly, and Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, the ruling party in Namibia. And women hold 57% of the cabinet, including key ministries such as finance, health, education, international relations, and trade. Madam President, as we reflect on our progress, we are also aware that our work is far from to be done. There are areas where there is room for improvement, particularly in the area of economics. In our national context, this is mainly in the area of economic inclusion of women in many economic activities such as mining, fishery, oil and gas, particularly rural women who still remain in the margin of the economic activities. Economic challenge persists across the many sectors, so much that we have to do a lot, particularly in the informal sector, to bring women to the par.
Madam President, thank you. I thank you very much, Madam President. And also congratulations to Namibia. And just in case you hear again, we couldn't find a woman, call the government or the president of Namibia. They could advise you. So the next on the list, I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Dina Ercilia Boluarte Segarra, President of the Republic of Peru.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
Han transcurrido 30 años desde la adopción de la Declaración y Plataforma de Acción de Beijing, un hito histórico que marcó el compromiso político internacional más importante para alcanzar el empoderamiento de todas las mujeres, adolescentes y niñas, y el pleno ejercicio de sus derechos humanos en condiciones de igualdad. Desde entonces, hemos alcanzado resultados relevantes. Se han reducido las brechas en el acceso a la educación y el mercado laboral. Un número creciente de mujeres accede a espacios de toma de decisión y se han fortalecido las normas para combatir la violencia, la discriminación contra las mujeres. Sin embargo, Presidenta, aún persisten brechas estructurales que limitan el desarrollo de las mujeres y las niñas, pues la pobreza extrema y la multidimensional, la discriminación y la violencia nos siguen afectando desproporcionadamente. Frente a ello, el Perú toma acciones decididas. En el año 2019 se aprobó la Política Nacional de Igualdad de Género, cuyos objetivos prioritarios son garantizar a las mujeres el ejercicio de todos sus derechos, erradicar la violencia contra ellas, empoderarlas y superar las barreras institucionales y socioculturales que enfrentan. Contamos con más de 400 centros de emergencia mujer a nivel nacional. emergency women's centers across the country.
Con un enfoque intercultural
And they have
para
an
atender casos de
intercultural
violencia
approach
contra las
to deal
mujeres
with
y
cases
poner
of
fin
violence against
a
women
este flagelo.
so that we can put an end to this
Financiamos
scourge.
con recursos públicos
And we are using
proyectos
public
para
funds to
afianzar
finance
la
projects
autonomía económica
to
de las
support
mujeres.
the economic
Apuntamos a
independence
reconocer
of
legalmente el derecho
We
al
have
cuidado
also
y a
taken
crear un
steps to
sistema
legally
nacional
recognize the
de
right to care
cuidados
and to
para
create
garantizar
a
este
national
derecho,
care
así
system to
como
guarantee
acreditar
this
y
right.
certificar
We're also
las
accrediting and
competencias de las
certifying
personas cuidadoras,
the
muchas de
skills
cuales son
of care
mujeres.
workers, many of whom
Trabajamos
are women.
para garantizar el acceso de las
We are
mujeres
working to
a
guarantee
una
women's
educación de
access to
calidad,
quality
así como
education.
para promover una mayor inclusión
Also
laboral
working to
e
promote
incrementar
greater
su
inclusion in the labour
participación
market
política en
and
todos los
increasing women's
niveles de gobierno.
participation
Y
at
con
the
mucho
political level and all
orgullo
levels of government.
informo que el
And I'm very
matrimonio
proud to let you
infantil
know
fue abolido en el año
that
2023.
in 2023
Señora
we abolished
Presidenta,
child
como la
marriage.
primera mujer
Madam President,
presidenta
as
en más de
the first woman president, the interpreter apologizes, the microphone does not appear to be working.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Madam President. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, and also to you, congratulations for being the first female president. And may I remind all speakers and maybe also all delegation to look at the script again. I'm very sorry for that one, but we have so many presidents and prime ministers speaking in a row. The next I may introduce is Her Excellency Nataša Pirc-Musar, President of the Republic of Slovenia.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, we need to face a difficult truth. Progress on gender equity has been uneven, and many of our hard-won gains are now at risk. Sexual and gender-based violence, economic inequality, a lack of sexual and reproductive rights, political underrepresentation, and the systemic discrimination of women persist. Real change requires making gender equity a genuine priority, including in peace and security. If not now, when? At a time when the world is facing a record number of conflicts. Conflicts that claim a devastating number of civilian lives, as in Gaza, where 2/3 of the victims are women and children. Simply put, the inclusion of women is a guarantee for peace. It is also high time that the UN's leadership reflects the diversity of the people it serves. This calls for bold action from all of us to nominate, support, and elect women to the highest offices, both here at the UN and in our own countries as well. After 80 years, the United Nations must lead by example. We cannot afford to miss yet another chance to appoint the first woman Secretary General, nor we can afford to move forward into a future where still only 6% of General Assembly presidents are women. Let me be clear. The issue has never been about merit. There are plenty smart and capable women. What is lacking is the will to open doors. Dear all, let us invest in women's leadership and ensure that every girl can live a life of opportunity. I know that women and girls in Afghanistan, Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, Haiti, and beyond are counting on us. And let me just conclude. My husband is a proud feminist. I am a proud feminist. And I am battling this battle not to to say that the men need less. I'm not doing this for that. I just want the girls to have the same opportunities. And we need men to help us. And just to conclude with a couple of numbers, do you know how many presidents we have, female presidents we have in European Union? 2, in Malta and in Slovenia. Do you know how many presidents we have here in United Nations out of 193 members? 16. Those are the numbers. Thank you. And
I thank Her Excellency, Madam President, and again also congratulations to you being the first in that role. I give the floor now to His Excellency Daniel Francesco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique.
Senhora Presidente da
Madam
Assembleia Geral,
President of the General Assembly,
Senhora Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas,
Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, before my intervention, I would like to say that I am here in order to save the honor of men in the room, because since we've started, I just see women making the intervention. For that reason, I would like to say that we need to have men talking about this topic too. It's an honor to address this distinguished assembly in a year. We celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and the Platform for Action. On this occasion, I would like to reaffirm the unwavering commitment to the women empowerment of Mozambique. This is why the implementation of the agenda of Beijing, we have defined 2 priority areas for all girls and women, namely freedom of poverty through promoting access to reproductive resources and economic resources, zero violence, with a particular focus on eradication of femicide and all forms of gender-based violence. Your Excellencies, since Beijing, we have achieved gender parity in the Council of Ministers and in the Parliament. Almost 50% of the girls in the country are enrolled in all the levels of education. We have increased the number of institutional births from 48% to 65%. We have women in leadership positions in the central organ of sovereignty, like the Prime Minister, the President of the Assembly of the Republic, the President of Constitutional Council, President of Administrative Court, amongst other significant advances achieved in the local leadership. We have also created around 30 integrated centers to fight gender-based violence. We still face a lot of challenges. 44% of the girls are in early unions, 68% were victims of violence, and 27% of girls are still unemployed. Mindful of new frontiers of inequalities that are emerging with artificial intelligence and digital technologies that affect disproportionately the employment of women, Mozambique is integrating into the curriculum and promoting girls' access to science and technology,
Thank you, Mr. President. Obrigado, and I thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Mozambique. I give the floor now to Her Excellency Hilda Hein, President of the Republic of Marshall Islands.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, Yahweh. 30 years ago, Ambassador Nay John Edwards, now happily retired, led a delegation of Marshallese women to the Beijing Conference of Women. That conference changed her life and generations of Marshallese women ever since. Since the Beijing Declaration, gender is now a core pillar of our national planning. As a small island developing state, we are not moving fast enough with island-tailored strategies. In a nation where 1 out of 2 women experience violence, and in a Pacific Island region with the lowest rate of women in elected government in the world. Core efforts need to be strengthened, including in our families and communities. We can build on our traditional matrilineal customs to encourage the role of women as peace builders, as human rights defenders, and contemporary leaders in their fields. While the Marshall Islands has instituted important legal reforms, rates of gender-based violence remain unacceptably high. Education, police officer training, and crisis services have been key steps. We will continue to ensure the full recognition and realization of human rights for women and girls, including through our recent ratification of the Palermo Protocol on Trafficking. The health of women and girls is a key priority and is written in our survival story, where the nuclear legacy has left behind cancers, reproductive health struggles, and the unseen weight of caregiving. We answer this with urgency, expanding maternal care and family planning, and launching mass cervical cancer screening and prevention so that every woman and girls has the chance to live and to lead. Women's economic empowerment is vital to achieving equality. Through the Marshall Islands CAREF Fund, a national financing initiative that supports women's entrepreneurship and access to capital, we are opening pathways to women to drive innovation, recognizing when women prosper, nation prosper. Our national early childhood development framework has forged key progress in direct interventions to provide assistance, nutrition, and care for vulnerable communities, including expectant mothers and mothers of young children. This will be expanded for universal coverage to address crisis and stunting. We welcome the region's new policy launch to incorporate climate and resilience in the framework. Madam
I thank you, Madam President. I now have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Gordana Siljanovska-Davkova, President of the Republic of North Macedonia.
Distinguished Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years ago, in Beijing, the nations of the world made a solemn pledge to advance women's rights and human rights, to achieve gender equality, and to empower every woman and girl to live free from violence, discrimination, and limitation. The Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action remain a cornerstone of international law, a living testament that equally for women is requisite for peace, prosperity, with impunity, femicide desecrates the sanctity of life, and structural barriers still deny women leadership, resources, and decision-making power. These are not abstractions. They would wound families, societies, and generations. At the same time, the very institution created to safeguard peace, the United Nations, faces a profound crisis. Conceived as the greatest peace project of humankind, it is now stands against a backdrop of wars raging across continents. 80 years after its founding, peace, the raison d'etre of the UN, remain elusive. Mars still rules when it is time for Venus, embodied in the vision, compassion, and leadership of women to guide our common future. If we are serious about peace, then the time has come to entrust the helm of the United Nations to a woman. We, the women of the world, together with the children, are the first and greatest victims of war. But we are also the bearers of healing, compassion, and hope. Gender equality is not a feminist privilege. It is a humanist imperative. We do not ask for favors, not for matriarchy, but for a just order in which the talents and creativity of half of humanity are fully recognized for the advancement of politics, science, health, education, and peace. Excellencies, the Beijing Declaration called on us to ensure equal rights and equal access for women and men, girls and boys. That call remains urgent today. Only together, women and men, do we embody the full renew our commitment.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. I thank you, Madam President. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Berjam Begay, President of the Republic of Albania.
Madam President, Excellencies, it's my pleasure to present at the commemoration of the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Conference, an important platform in the global efforts for gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. Today serves as an opportunity to renew our collective commitment and to give fresh impetus to the full implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. We have made significant strides in ensuring women's participation in political, economic, and social life. Yet, with only 5 years left to achieve SDGs, progress on gender equality is stagnating and in some areas is regressing. We must reverse this trend. This meeting must serve as a turning point, moving beyond the rhetoric to action. We must mobilize adequate financial resources, reinforce accountability frameworks, and invest in measurable and transformative actions. Albania is ready to share its experience. Over the past decade, we have undertaken substantial legal, institutional, and societal reforms aimed at promoting gender equality. Albania has closed the gender gap in education, strengthened women's economic participation, and invested in digital inclusion and entrepreneurship for women and girls. These reforms have been shaped in consultation with civil society and the youth, making gender equality an important aspect of our society. To us, gender equality is essential to sustainable development, social cohesion, and shared prosperity. Albania has pledged two priorities under the Beijing Plus 30 Action Agenda. First, to intensify efforts to eliminate violence against women, and second, to expand the application of gender-responsible budgeting. At a time when conflicts and crises are multiplying, the world needs the leadership and contribution of women more than ever. Their role is fundamental in building peace, preventing conflict, and creating more inclusive and resilient societies. Albania reaffirmed its full commitment to the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, to the 2030 Agenda, and to international human rights instruments. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency President of the Republic of Albania. I have the honor to give the floor to His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in all of your capacities, 30 years ago, the Beijing Declaration Platform of Action set out an ambitious roadmap to achieve gender equality and empowerment of all women and girls. Today, as we mark this anniversary, we need to demonstrate clear-sightedness, determination, and a renewed commitment. Despite significant progress that has been achieved over recent decades, we see today alarming setbacks in women's rights. There are armed conflicts, the climate crises, and regressive movements which imperil our basic rights. Security Council Resolution 1325 was adopted 25 years ago. It is a key landmark. When women participate in peace processes and are present in the negotiating table, the agreements that are the fruit of these negotiations are more inclusive, and peace is more likely to be attained and to be lasting. As part of our commitment to human rights and the dignity of every person, Monaco has always supported international efforts for advancing gender equality. Both on our soil and through international cooperation, the Principality has been working proactively to promote girls' access to education, women's economic empowerment and independence, as well as the fight against all forms of violence, including in conflict and crisis contexts. The Madagascar Committee for the Protection and Promotion of Women's Rights was established in 2018. Today, this is the cornerstone for mobilization and awareness at the national level. The government of our Principality is working closely with UN agencies such as UN Women and its Sport for Generation Equality framework, which recognizes the role of sports as key leverage towards social transformation. Monaco is proud of supporting this initiative. We believe that sports should be an engine for empowerment, for respect, and for solidarity. UNICEF and UNFPA are also key partners for our action through tangible projects. So these partnerships help to anchor the principles of the Beijing Declaration in actions on the ground. I also wish to highlight the key role of civil society, women leaders, young people, and male allies in building a world that is more just, with greater solidarity and greater equality. Our Principality reaffirms a commitment to continue along this path in a decisive way alongside all of those who work day by day to ensure that this equality becomes a reality. Thank you.
I thank His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco, Sovereign Prince of the Principality of Monaco. And I have the honor now to give the floor to His Excellency Assali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros.
Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée,
Madam President of the General
Honorable
Assembly,
Assistance, Mesdames et Messieurs, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. C'est pour moi un grand honneur, un réel plaisir de prendre la parole en ce moment solennel à l'occasion du 30e anniversaire de la 4e conférence mondiale sur les femmes. Cet anniversaire est l'occasion de dresser un bilan de progrès accomplis depuis la conférence historique de Pékin en 1995, mais aussi de mettre en lumière les réalisations, les meilleures pratiques, ainsi que les défis persistants dans la promotion de l'égalité des genres à travers le monde. Fidèle à ses engagements internationaux et régionaux, l'Union des Comores a ratifié plusieurs instruments juridiques pertinents pour la protection et la promotion des droits des femmes, notamment la Convention sur l'élimination de toutes les formes de discrimination à l'égard des femmes. Et durant la présidence comorienne de l'Union africaine, j'ai eu l'honneur de porter le flambeau de cette cause essentielle. C'est dans ce cadre que, le 30 octobre 2023, notre pays a organisé la troisième conférence de consultation des femmes leaders africaines sur les thèmes stimuler l'engagement en faveur de l'autonomisation économique des femmes et mettre fin à la violence à l'égard des femmes et des filles. Sur le plan national,
La Constitution comorienne a toujours garanti les droits des femmes,
we have
en
always
les protégeant
guaranteed
contre la
women's
violence,
rights by
l'exploitation,
protecting them against violence,
l'abandon et contre
exploitation,
toutes sortes de violences. De
and any
nombreuses
form
réformes
of violence.
législatives et institutionnelles ont été adoptées,
We
parmi
have
lesquelles
adopted a number of
le
legislative
nouveau code
instruments
pénal
nationally,
intégrant des
including
dispositions
the
pour la
new
protection
penal
des femmes et
code
des
that
enfants.
makes provisions for the
Et plus
protection of women
récemment, en
and children. More
2024,
recently, in
la création
2024,
des ministères dédiés à la promotion des genres, à la solidarité et à l'information, à laquelle il y a une femme qui m'a donné l'autorisation de venir parler aujourd'hui.
And there is
Le gouvernement
a woman
comorien
heading that up.
a mis en place une
We have
politique
also
nationale
established a
d'égalité
national
du genre
policy
et
for
développé
gender
des
equality,
mécanismes
and we
de
have
prise en
developed
charge
mechanisms
médicale, juridique et
for
psychologique
medical,
pour les
legal,
victimes de violences
and
basées
other
sur le genre.
support for victims
Une
of
réinsertion
gender-based
scolaire et
violence.
professionnelle est également proposée aux filles,
And
mères, victimes de
we
violences.
also offer
La
special
création
support
d'Africa
for
Women
women
Leaders,
and girls who have been victims.
Network, réseau des femmes leaders africains
The
et d'une
network of
plateforme
women
pour l'interchef
African
féminin,
leaders
l'implication active des autorités locales et communautaires
actively
et des
involved
leaders
with local
religieux.
authorities.
Depuis mon accession à la magistrature suprême, j'ai placé la participation des femmes aux instances de décision politique au cœur de nos priorités. Aujourd'hui, des femmes occupent des responsabilités, notamment au sein du gouvernement, du Parlement, des institutions juridiques et judiciaires,
legal and judicial institutions, and other areas. The interpreter apologizes. The speaker's microphone has been cut off.
Excellency, Excellency, kindly conclude your statement. I thank His Excellency, the President of the Union of Comoros, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal.
Madame la Présidente
President
de l'Assemblée générale,
and General Assembly,
Madame la
members of the General
Vice-Secrétaire
Assembly,
générale, chers collègues,
distinguished
Mesdames,
colleagues,
Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
je remercie la
I
Présidente
wish
de l'Assemblée
to thank the
générale
President of the General
et le
Assembly
Secrétariat général pour la
and
convocation de cette
Secretariat
réunion.
and the Secretary General for the
Nous
invitation
sommes là pour
extended
rappeler,
to participate in this meeting. We wish to
pour appeler à
recall
la
the
poursuite
following.
de l'action, à la
Pursuant to a call for
mobilisation des
action
ressources
and
afin
mobilization for
d'accélérer
resources
la
in order
marche
to accelerate
pour l'égalité parfaite des
progress
sexes et
towards
l'autonomisation
full
de
gender
toutes les
equality and
femmes
empowerment of
et de
all
toutes les filles.
women and girls.
Le programme d'action de
The
Beijing a
Beijing
été
Program of
un
Action
tournant
has
dans
been
la
a
prise de
turning
conscience
point when it comes to
sur
awareness about the
l'obligation d'être plus
obligation
juste
to
vis-à-vis
have
de
greater
toutes les femmes.
justice vis-à-vis
Des
all
progrès ont
women.
été accomplis,
Progress
mais
has been
ils méritent
achieved.
d'être évalués
However,
régulièrement
this progress
pour
should be assessed
identifier
on a
nos
regular
faiblesses
basis in order to
et
identify
apporter
weaknesses,
les ajustements
as well as
qui
to
permettent
deliver,
d'instaurer
to make the
une
necessary
société
adjustments
plus
to
équitable
build
et plus
a
inclusive.
fair and more inclusive
L'engagement
society.
à promouvoir
The commitment
l'égalité des
to
sexes et les
promotion
droits
of
des
gender
femmes
equality and the rights of
signifie
women
lutter contre la
means that there's a need
pauvreté,
to fight against poverty,
garantir leur
to
accès aux
guarantee women's
ressources
access
économiques,
to
à
economic
l'éducation et
resources,
à la
to
santé,
education, to
accroître leur
healthcare, as well as to enhance women's participation in decision-making bodies, as well as to protect them against all forms of violence and discrimination. This is what we have been doing in Senegal through our public policies and through the Senegal 2050 vision, which places women and young people at the very heart of national citizenship and stability. We have been implementing a progress accelerator to surmount the persistent obstacles to equality with programs which include expanding access for women and girls to education and training, and combating unstintingly all gender-based violence. We are fighting against all forms of violence and discrimination against women and girls, and this struggle needs to be continued with vigor in neither religion, history, or any affiliation, or any argument can be made for women to be abused, discriminated against, or marginalized. All public bodies, members of civil society, religious and faith traditional leaders, all citizens have an obligation more than ever before to mobilize ourselves against brutality, against harassment, against rape, and against all forms of abuse. Together, let us surmount the persistent inequality. Let us work towards a greater partnership among states. Let us prepare future generations, succeeding generations, helping them to live in a fair, more equal, and more harmonious world. This is a shared responsibility. This is a universal moral duty. I thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency the President of Senegal, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Faustin Archange Touadéra, President of the Central African Republic.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to take the floor at this high-level meeting that marks a pivotal moment for equality between men and women 30 years following the Beijing Declaration Programme of Action. The Central African Republic has placed
New forms of violence, including tech-facilitated abuse, is already stretching our capacity to respond meaningfully. Bold partnership is needed to address this growing issue. The Pacific is reviewing its regional disability framework to ensure persons with disabilities are recognized and provided with more inclusive spaces. As one Blue Pacific continent, we stand united to reaffirm our promise that women and girls in our region can live in peace, security, and dignity. Women's role in peace and security is critical to be aligned with the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, underpinned by the Blue Pacific Ocean of Peace Declaration. Let me now speak on the subject in my national capacity. My government is committed to deliver access to quality education for all Solomon Islanders. The Solomon Islands National University is offering second chance programs for women who left formal education due to pregnancy. I am pleased to announce that 9 out of 10 births in Solomon Islands are attended to by skilled professionals. We have distributed reusable menstrual pads to schoolgirls in the provinces as part of our health program, rolled out vaccinations for girls to prevent cervical cancer, and removed duty and goods tax on menstrual sanitary products. To combat violence, we have the Family Protection Act 2014, Penal Code Amendments 2016, Child and Family Welfare Act 2017, and the National Policy to Eliminate Violence Against Women and Girls 2021 to 2027. Empowering women in business remains a national priority. Financial literacy training in rural areas has seen the growth of women saving clubs. These saving clubs have provided women with seed money to pursue their economic goals. In closing, the Pacific region remains steadfast in our commitment to multilateralism, the Beijing Plan of Action, and will continue to place gender equality central to every decision we take in shaping our future. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Solomon Islands, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Michael Martin, Taishu of Ireland.
Chair, 30 years on from the landmark agreement of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, we can acknowledge that the Platform for Action has enabled a great deal of progress in many countries across the globe. And this includes women's access to employment, equal pay and conditions, increased political representation for women, improved access to education and legal reforms in a large number of countries, to promote the realisation of women's rights and equality. Although this progress has been steady, it has not been linear or equal, and large implementation gaps remain. While there has been immense positive change, I'm also acutely aware of the contexts in which women and girls' rights have regressed. I would like to highlight here the situation of Afghan women and girls who are enduring an unparalleled system of oppression and discrimination. Ireland considers the attainment of gender equality, equal rights for women and girls, sexual and reproductive health rights as fundamental to a more equal, peaceful and sustainable world. As a result, these are policy priorities across our development and human rights work. When Ireland co-facilitated the negotiations on the 2030 agenda, we played a critical role in ensuring consensus for a standalone goal on gender equality, SDG 5, and for the integration of gender equality across all the SDGs. Gender equality is both a fundamental human right under international law, as well as a necessary condition for sustainable global development. I regret that this human rights-based approach to equality and to women's rights, instead of being reinforced and ring-fenced by the world's leaders, is instead facing a strong and connected attack, concerted attack. 30 years after the moment of hope and impetus for change, which the Beijing and Cairo processes represented, we celebrate the gains that have been achieved. But we must also acknowledge that in many places progress has stalled, that women continue to be poor in disproportion to men, that they continue to bear the burden of family and childcare, and that they're the most affected by climate change. Ireland strongly affirms our commitment to the United Nations and multilateral structures, and that includes the achievement of genuine gender equality around the world. And that's why we're pleased to be co-facilitating with St Kitts and Nevis the process to revitalise the Commission on the Status of Women. Ireland has been on our own journey with regard to women's rights in the past 30 years. We have learned the lessons from the dark chapters in our own past, where vulnerable women's voices were ignored and silenced. Rest assured that Ireland is committed to continuing highlighting and prioritising women's human rights, including as we work towards gaining a seat on the Human Rights Council.
I thank the Taishu of Ireland, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Sitiveni Ligamamada Rabuka, Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, the Fourth World Conference marks a significant turning point in the global agenda for gender equality. This is a celebration of the invaluable contributions that women make in our lives. With high toll of social crimes, violence and discrimination, the values of respect, gender equality, and women's empowerment must be embodied in societies, in our homes, and in our workplaces. This is the avenue to which their grievances, most of which go unnoticed, are amplified, and it must begin with us as leaders, the political will and accountability to ensure that women are treated with respect and honor. Women comprise more than half the world's population. Therefore, the promise of empowerment and equality should not be a debate. Their role is unparalleled in these unprecedented times. They hold the fort in times of peace and conflict, in times of drought and downpour. Our objectives for the advancement of women focus on key areas of poverty, education, health, capacity building, violence against women, women and armed conflict, women and the economy, women in power and decision-making, human rights of women, women and the media, women and environment, and the right and the girl child. Fiji is making progress on its commitment to inclusive environment ensuring gender equality through family law reforms, adopting such laws as the Fiji Domestic Violence Act of 2009, the Child Welfare Act of 2010, and the Employment Relations Act, as well as other national regulations addressing violence against women, child protection, and employment rights. Fiji's current legal and institutional framework provide adequate protection for women and girls, enabling the government, institutions, and authorities to address discrimination and hold perpetrators accountable. Fiji aims to ensure that gender equality is institutionalized within government structures
I thank the Prime Minister. I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Johnson Sirleaf, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 30 years ago, thousands met in Beijing with a shared vision, a world where women and girls could live free from inequality, discrimination and violence. I remember that it felt like history was being made there and then. At that time, I worked as an advisor to Norwegian Prime Minister, first women Prime Minister Gro Harlem Brundtland, who we heard this morning. And she said at that meeting, women's power is a formidable force. She too remains a formidable force. Nobody has taught me more about politics and leadership than her. The Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action was a bold one, ambitious and transformative. Since then, we have seen undeniable progress. More girls complete secondary education. Fewer girls are married before the age of 18. Extreme poverty among women and girls is reduced. And these are significant and real steps. They are worth celebrating. In my lifetime, women's participation in the workforce has significantly increased in my country, Norway. And this has in fact meant more for Norway economically than the revenue from our energy resources, oil and gas. It has boosted economic growth. It has given women greater financial independence and brought our society closer to realizing its full potential. This progress has not come by itself. It reflects choices that have been made and struggles that have been fought, rights that have been fought for. We have developed strong laws, made smart investment, and built partnerships with employers, trade unions, and civil society. Thanks to such measures as paid parental leave, flexible work hours, and affordable childcare, both women and men can now practice their work and give priority to it. And let me give you another illustrating example. In Norway, women now account for roughly 1/3 of those completing military service, up from just about 10% a decade ago. So progress is possible. But friends, despite this progress, we face serious challenges. We are witnessing a growing coordinated backlash against women's rights and girls' rights, against human rights, and especially against sexual and reproductive health and rights and the rights of LGBTQ+ persons. These attacks threaten the hard-won progress we have made. It's everyone's loss because investing in gender equality makes society better. Norway will continue to partner with the UN and civil society around the globe to ensure that women and girls have the right to decide over their own bodies. And we will continue to call on governments to close the gender pay gap, strengthen economic independence, and defend rights under that threat. So let's honor.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway and now give the floor to His Excellency Feleti Penitala Teo, Prime Minister of Tuvalu.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years after the Beijing Platform for Action, Tuvalu reaffirms its commitment to gender equality, and we have taken important steps towards that objective. Our Constitution now prohibits discrimination based on sex, embedding gender equality in our highest law. Inclusivity is also part of Tuvalu's top 21 development priorities, which guide our development agenda. In 2024, we adopted a more updated and modern national gender equity policy to assure women's empowerment and protection from violence are integrated across all sectors. In education, Tuvalu girls now perform better than their boys' counterparts and stay in school longer. women are increasingly present in the public service and civil society, taking leadership roles that shape policies and communities. And our Parliament is considering how to improve laws so that gender equality is not just words, but a lived reality for Tuvaluan women and girls. But challenges remain stark. In Tuvalu, 1 in 2 women continue to experience intimate partner violence. Employment opportunities for women are limited, and too often economic insecurity perpetuates inequality. At present, there are no women in our Parliament, and only 8 women sit in local council out of 48 seats. These gaps show how far we still must go, and all of these unfold under the shadow of climate change. For Tuvaluan women, climate change is not a distant threat. It is stripping away rights day by day. When saltwater kills pandanus trees, women lose both income and culture. When drought leaves families with only a few buckets of water, it is women who bear the exhaustion of care. When overcrowding worsens in our capital, women's security and dignity are put at risk. These are not abstract challenges. They are violation of fundamental rights to health, food, water, housing, safety, and cultural identity. Yet women in Tuvalu continue to lead. They cultivate gardens to feed families, weave cultural knowledge into new solutions, and raise their voices for climate justice on the world stage. Their resilience is extraordinary, but resilience must never be mistaken for consent to injustice. Excellencies, as we mark Beijing 30, Tuvalu calls on the international community to recognize that gender equality and climate justice are in.
I thank the Prime Minister of Tuvalu and now give the floor to His Excellency Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda.
Distinguished colleagues, it is an honor to join you as we mark 30 years since Beijing, a moment that ignited a global movement of women's rights. 30 years after Beijing, Antigua and Barbuda has moved steadily from promise to action. We have made significant progress. More women, especially young women, in leadership, more female university graduates than males, elimination of inequities in remuneration, and stronger protections in law. Our government continues to institute programs and measures against gender-based violence and sexual offenses against our women and girls, which collectively remain a global challenge. Gender equity is not only a matter of rights, it is essential for justice, development, and sustainability of families and communities. No nation can reach its full potential when half of its people are held back. Our responsibility is clear: to recommit to Beijing's promises by ensuring equal pay for equal work, protecting women from violence, investing in health and education, and opening doors to leadership. For small states like mine, empowering women is critical to survival and sustainability, because women are at the heart of family, community, economy, and resilience in the face of climate change. Excellencies, the Beijing Declaration is not a relic of the past. It's a living promise. Antigua and Barbuda recommits to accelerating implementation of all Beijing commitments to resource gender equality in work, even amid fiscal constraints, amplifying women's leadership in climate action, finance, and peace building, and building a society where every woman and girl can thrive as equal partner in development. Colleagues, gender equality is not only a moral imperative, it is a prerequisite for sustainable development, justice, and peace. Antigua and Barbuda will stand firm, work harder, and speak louder, because the rights, dignity, and potential of women and girls everywhere must never again be negotiable. Let us therefore act with urgency so that equity becomes equality, and every woman and girl can live free, lead boldly, and achieve full potential. I thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda and now give the floor to His Excellency Luc Frieden, Prime Minister of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather for the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, we stand at a crossroads, an opportunity to renew our commitments and responsibility to act more boldly than ever on gender equality. Luxembourg aligns wholeheartedly with UN Women's unifying message of urgency, hope, and possibility to advance the Beijing +30 action agenda. My government remains highly committed to foster gender equality and diversity on all levels of society. This year, Luxembourg is renewing several strategic partnerships with UN agencies, providing flexible multi-annual funding to support transformative action. Among these is its strengthened collaboration with UN Women, to whom Luxembourg is doubling its contribution, recognizing that a well-resourced and empowered UN Women is one of the most effective ways to support gender equality and advance the empowerment of women. We recently renewed our Women, Peace and Security Plan to ensure women shape peace, not just survive conflict. Nationally, we prioritize women's economic empowerment, leadership, and protection from domestic violence. I'm proud that Luxembourg is celebrated as having one of the lowest gender pay gaps among EU countries. My government has recently adopted 3 national action plans, among which one on equality between women and men, another one on gender-based violence. These plans count over 300 concrete measures that are being implemented together with the civil society. I invite all member states to commit to fully implement the Beijing +30 action agenda with well-resourced national action plans that address violence against women, political participation, access to justice, and elimination of discriminatory laws and practices. For me, gender equality goes beyond policy. It is a personal belief that every daughter should have the same freedom as every son. That is the Luxembourg I'm committed to building and the world we can achieve together. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of Luxembourg and now give the floor to Her Majesty Queen Mathilde of the Belgians.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years ago, we adopted a commitment to undertake robust measures for the advancement of the rights of women and girls. Progress has been achieved in this regard. However, it behooves us to acknowledge the fact that no country has fully achieved gender equality. On the contrary, what we have observed are alarming setbacks on matters related to equality and a proliferating crisis which are affecting the rights of women and girls. There is a clear risk that in these difficult, troubled times, the question of equality for all will be cast aside and possibly even deliberately removed from the agenda. For this reason, Belgium cannot allow for progress which has been achieved over the past 3 decades. For this progress to evaporate, we remain fully committed to the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, as well as to Agenda 2030. I wish to take this opportunity to highlight two key aspects of particular importance to Belgium. First and foremost, equal participation of women in decision-making. It has been recognized for a long time that women's participation is a prerequisite for the achievement of sustainable and effective and efficient solutions. Security Council Resolution 1325 recognizes thus the importance of the involvement of women in all peace processes and reconciliation efforts. The goal is clear. The meaningful and equal participation is critical. This requires tangible action to be undertaken to eliminate structural obstacles, discriminatory laws, and the norms which perpetuate stereotypes. Another key objective is as follows. There's a need to combat violence against women and girls. We cannot ignore the fact that there are acts of intimidation which women and girls continue to face. Unfortunately, we see that sexual violence is far too frequently leveraged as a weapon of war in conflict zones. There, too, the goal is clear: zero violence, zero tolerance. To achieve this goal, there is a need for integrated prevention, protection, and support policies for victims and for there to be a fight against impunity. No custom, tradition, or religious tradition can be invoked to justify these acts of violence targeting women and girls, be it forced violence, coercive controls, domestic violence, feminicide, female genital mutilation. The microphone has been cut off.
I thank Her Majesty I thank Her Majesty Queen Matilda of the Belgians and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Sabine Monaouni, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Home Affairs, Economy and Environment of the Principality of Liechtenstein.
We are meeting at a pivotal time for the empowerment of women and girls. In recent years, we have witnessed a backlash to gender equality. It has manifested in various forms, such as legislative rollbacks, as well as the proliferation of misogynist and anti-gender rhetoric, including in parliaments and public office. Unfortunately, these setbacks are not isolated incidents, but part of a global trend that threatens to reverse the slow but steady progress we have made towards gender equality. The unprecedented number of armed conflicts globally, moreover, constitute human rights crises that disproportionately affect women and girls. And despite strong evidence of the contribution that women make at various stages and levels to resolve conflict, exclusion rather than inclusion has remained the norm in formal peace processes. This undermines the sustainability of peace. It also deprives societies of perspectives and solutions that are vital for recovery and reconciliation. The anniversary of Beijing, as well as the upcoming 25th anniversary of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, are stark reminders that we still have a very long way ahead of us to achieve gender equality and ensure the full, equal and meaningful participation of women in all aspects of peace and security. Madam President, ending gender-based violence is one of the 6 key actions of the Beijing Platform for Action, and rightfully so. The large majority of member states has legislation in place to end violence against women and girls. But women continue being disproportionately affected by domestic and intimate partner violence. Across their lifetime, 1 in 3 women are subject to physical or sexual violence globally. As a committed state party to the Council of Europe Convention on Violence Against Women, also known as the Istanbul Convention, Liechtenstein has set up a coordination group that allows for regular exchanges with civil society and professionals from relevant authorities and NGOs on how to further improve our legislative and policy framework to end gender-based violence. I invite all of you who have not yet done so to ratify this key instrument, which is complementary to relevant UN treaties and resolutions. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister of Liechtenstein and now give the floor to His Excellency Mohammad Ishaq Dar, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmaduhu salli ala Rasulil Kareem. President, Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, a very good afternoon. 30 years ago in Beijing, we pledged to build a future where women and girls enjoy full equality and empowerment. Today, as we commemorate this milestone, we must recommit not just in words, but through bold and measurable action. For Pakistan, gender equality is anchored in the vision of our founding father, Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who declared, "No nation can rise to the height of glory unless your women are side by side with you." Guided by this conviction, Pakistan has made significant progress. Women continue to hold leadership positions in politics, judiciary, bureaucracy, law enforcement, and armed forces. Pakistan was proud to elect first female Prime Minister, late Benazir Bhutto in the Muslim world, and more recently, first woman Chief Minister of Punjab, Ms. Maryam Nawaz Sharif. With reserved seats in the national and provincial assemblies, as well as in local bodies, women's voices are shaping policy at every level. Dedicated institutions in Pakistan are ensuring rights, protection, and access to justice for women. We have also enacted progressive legislation to protect women from violence, workplace harassment, and discrimination. We are also acting at the grassroots level. Social protection and empowerment programs, such as the federal-funded Benazir Income Support Program and the Prime Minister's Youth Program, are helping women escape poverty, gain access to finance, and benefit from vocational and entrepreneurial opportunities. Yet we know that progress is uneven both globally and nationally. What is needed now is for us to collectively scale up financing for gender equality through national budgets, international cooperation, and innovative partnerships, because commitments without resources remain unfulfilled promises. Mr. President, Beijing Declaration remains the boldest global compact for women's rights. Its true legacy must progress. Let us act with urgency, courage, and solidarity so that every woman and girl can live free from poverty and violence and be empowered to lead and contribute to inclusive development. I thank you all.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan, and now give the floor to His Excellency Ervin Ibrahimovic, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro.
It reminds us that the advancement and full enjoyment of all human rights by all women and girls everywhere is not only a goal in itself. Advocating for women's rights, combating discriminatory policies and practices, fighting the ever-increasing violence against women and girls, as well as challenging the deeply rooted stereotypes in our societies that affect Inequalities are not just our obligation under the international human rights law. It is the essence of a good governance and the foundation for sustainable and inclusive development. The last 3 decades have shown that the global progress is possible in addressing domestic violence in the education field, in increasing women's participation in the parliament. But much remains to be done. Montenegro will continue to work with all partners to advance implementation of the key UN, Council of Europe, and EU norms and standards. We will scale up our effort toward the full and effective implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action, including the Beijing Plus 30 process and the conclusion of the Commission of the Status of Women. And the very end, Excellencies, an ordinary girl in Montenegro can expect to live longer than an ordinary boy. She will probably get higher level of education than her boy's classmate. But despite all the progress, she will still have challenges if she dreams to become a head of state or government, or to address you from this place. This is not reality only for Montenegro girls. It is up to us, the governments in power, to invest more to create a just and equal future for all women and girls. We owe it to them, but above all, we owe it to all of us, to our entire societies, as we search for meaningful answers.
I thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Joelle Clark, Minister of Sustainable Development, Environment, Climate Action, and Constituency Empowerment of St. Kitts and Nevis on behalf of the Caribbean community.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, St. Kitts and Nevis has the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Caribbean community, CARICOM. Excellencies, today marks 30 years since the world gathered in Beijing to make a bold promise to women and girls that their rights would no longer be violable, their voices and experiences no longer silenced, their inclusion no longer negotiable, and their lives and expertise no longer devalued or overlooked. The declaration signaled the international community's political will to serve and honor an undeniable requirement of sustainable development, gender parity. However, 30 years later, if we appraise the delivered outcomes of our actions, we would find clear signs of regression, promises reneged, actions unfulfilled, and the spirit of the declaration underserved. Despite their indispensable roles, women and girls continue to face unequal burdens, limited opportunities, and persistent threats to their safety and autonomy. They are often relegated to the informal sector, underrepresented in political leadership, and disproportionately affected by poverty, climate change, and gender-based violence, realities that are escalated by the climate crisis. Notwithstanding, women and girls, especially in the Caribbean and across small island developing states, remain the fulcrum of our societies. Their stewardship and contributions are the axis which families, communities, and indeed nations turn. Acknowledging this, CARICOM reaffirms its commitment to the full implementation and acceleration of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women, and all other frameworks geared towards the realization of gender equality. We must look at the numbers and decode the pictures that the data paints. It is estimated that by 2030, around 8.1% of women and girls will live in extreme poverty. Only 28% of women across the world serve as ministers of environment. Women only hold 26.9% of parliamentary seats worldwide. Globally, the wage gap persists, with women still earning 20% less than men for work of equal value. Women enjoy only 64% of rights that men do. Sobering realities. In the Caribbean community, we strive for political culture that prioritizes women in decision-making and leadership, evidenced by our 3 democratically elected female heads of government who we commend and celebrate, but we acknowledge that we still have far to go. Noting this, last Friday, St. Kitts and Nevis, through our co-leadership with Ireland, facilitated the passage of the resolution on the revitalization on the Commission of the Status of Women, a renewed commitment to women and girls. Translating intention into action can only be sustained with legislative and policy-backed reformations. As such, our region remains steadfast in the cultivation of gender-responsive policies and legislation and the review of outdated laws that perpetuate discrimination. Excellencies, we must recognize that equality has to be budgeted for and planned for, especially for SIDS with limited fiscal space. CARICOM calls for increased accessible international financing that incorporates the needs of women, for gender-responsive climate action that acknowledges the pivotal role of women and girls in leading the charge against climate change. And we emphasize the need for a paradigm shift in our educational sectors and digital systems in alignment with the needs of women and girls. In closing, CARICOM recommits its policy towards gender empowerment, resourcing through gender-sensitive climate financing, and accelerating the full force of political will. Another 30 years should not greet us speaking of potential and possibilities. Let us make good on our shared ambition to leave no one behind.
I thank the Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis and now give the floor to Her Excellency Nemat Neme Aoun, First Lady of Lebanon and President of the National Commission for Lebanese Women.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am honoured to be here with you representing Lebanon as we commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Programme of Action. This is the cornerstone of our action to support gender equality and the empowerment of women. The 69th session of the CSW, I highlighted the action of Lebanese women strengthening the resilience of Lebanese society through the various crises that have afflicted the country and that unfortunately continue to this day. Lebanon is at a crossroads. Recovery and stability in my country requires political and economic reform. And this, in turn, requires the empowerment of women and trusting women. Women's roles is not just symbolic, it is crucial for restoring peace and prosperity. Lebanon cannot continue to be held hostage by war calculations by the powers surrounding it. The repercussions only exacerbate the ill fortune of the Lebanese, and especially women. In order to overcome all of these obstacles facing women in Lebanon, we must look to our partners. Peace in Lebanon and the end of war in Lebanon means peace in the Middle East. And when we talk about the stability and integrity of Lebanon, we are talking also about the same thing for our neighboring countries. And this is how Lebanese women can achieve stability together and alongside all of the women of the Middle East. And this is why we reinforce their role in our society. There cannot be true sovereignty without women taking control of their own destiny. and there cannot be a true sovereign state without the participation of women in decision-making. Similarly, with economics, women have a right to education, to work, and to equality. Lebanon is committed to the Beijing Declaration. This is how we developed and adopted our second national plan in accordance with the Security Council Resolution 1325. We stand ready to work with all of our partners for the benefit of all women and girls in Lebanon so that they can live in dignity, equality and peace. Among the countries present here, there are Lebanese women here in the audience. Thank you.
I thank the First Lady of Lebanon, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Junko Mihara, related to children, youth empowerment, and equality.
Of Japan promotes and this operation, the proclamation is also level. Want to woman career work to how much male dominant possible.
Advocates to payments to work to of peace building, firms, statement, multilateral
Gentlemen. Gentlemen. Seeks community skills, youth, and concrete expression platform. Humanities, state of emergency national. It is a
of the of
with declaration of Turkmenistan guided by declaration of Turkmenistan guided by together initiatives and Turkmenistan of society. We have to achieve this for the it's specialized as well as with we build
women
years since female leaders will strengthen governance. It is this governments and sometimes it's of girls, and we in rural for
floor to social.
Madam legislation Beijing is women strategy for 2030 and geared towards for women. My country takes great pride in the achievements of Qatari women. In line with according to recent indicators, my country holds the first place among Arab countries in terms of the participation of women in the workforce. The percentage of women is now 63% in the labor market, and this is according to statistics from the World Bank dating 2024. The number of women with diplomas is 64.7%, which exceeds a global average. We encourage development projects in my country. We encourage development projects in my country. We encourage private sector and civil society and development projects. We also have specialized plans for women. My country has extended multi-annual support for UN Women to the tune of $2.2 million for the period 2024 to 2026. Madam President, as we prepare to hold the World Summit on Social Development in 2025, on the second World Summit for Social Development, that being the theme, it is our pleasure to host this event. We are certain that this will present an opportunity to achieve transformative progress for the empowerment of women and their role to build upon social progress that has been achieved and to build a better world. Unfortunately, Madam President, we are bearing witness to violations of the rights of women and girls, particularly in conflict-affected areas. The Palestinian-occupied Palestinian territory is an example of this. Qatar will continue to maintain a commitment to undertake effort to promote security and stability in the region. We shall continue our efforts for our fraternal Palestinian people. To conclude, we are certain that the Beijing Declaration and Program of Action are closely linked to the status of women and our source of inspiration. Thank you.
The Minister of Qatar, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Agnes Na Momo Lartey, Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection of Ghana.
Madam President, 30 years ago, the world adopted the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. It was a bold vision that affirmed a simple truth, that the advancement of women and girls is essential for peace, justice, and sustainable development. Today, as we commemorate this milestone, we accelerate the progress that has been made, but are also reminded that the journey to full equality is not yet complete. For Ghana, this commemoration carries special significance. It coincides with the 50th anniversary of our national machinery of women, which has been central in advancing women's empowerment in our country. In January this year, Ghana's first female vice president was sworn in. This is a breakthrough moment that reflects our determination to ensure women's voices are heard at the highest level of governance. Over the years, Ghana has continued to strengthen its legal and policy framework. We enacted the Affirmative Action Act in 2024 and adopted a new gender policy that will guide our efforts from 2025 to 2035. We have reinforced protection systems through the Domestic Violence and Victim Support Unit of the Ghana Police Service. Equally, of importance is our focus on economic empowerment. Programs such as the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty, the School Feeding Program, and microfinance, small loan centers support women entrepreneurs, opening doors for women across communities. Plans are also underway to establish a Women's Development Bank that will expand financial inclusion and provide affordable credit to strengthen economic independence of women, particularly those in underserved areas. Madam President, the Beijing Declaration was never meant to be a promise written on paper. It was and remains a call to action. To mark the 30 years is not simply to look back with pride. It is to recommit with urgency. Our task now is to remove the remaining barriers, give women and girls equal voices and opportunity to ensure that progress we've made are irreversible. This commemoration must be more than remembrance. It must be renewal and it must be action, because when women rise, nations rise, and with them, humanity is lifted. In conclusion, Ghana stands firm in its commitment to a future where no woman or girl is left behind. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Ghana and now give the floor to Her Excellency Mahinur Özdemir Göktaş, Minister of Family and Social Services of Turkey.
Chair, distinguished participants, it's a pleasure to be with you at this meaningful gathering which aims to carry forward the legacy on the Fourth World Conference on Women. There is no doubt that the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action has been a global commitment beyond its time. This commitment reminds us that equality, justice, and peace in our societies can be achieved only through the empowerment of women. Although the progress achieved over the past 30 years in advancing women's participation is invaluable, challenges still remain. As our President, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan has stated, the 21st century, contrary to expectations, is increasingly turning into an age of crisis. In all crisis situations, women and girls bear the heaviest burden. Today, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is a clear example of this reality. It's not only a regional issue, but a global challenge for humanity. Delaying peace means more deaths and destruction every day. Active participation of women should be urged to build a peace which will end this crisis once and for all. On this occasion, I'll call upon all countries to take immediate and effective action to end the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and to safeguard the right to life of all women and children. Dear participants, Turkey considers the empowerment of women as fundamental for social welfare. We build our social policies upon these understandings. We have developed the legal and institutional framework to promote the empowerment of women and girls. Our Women's Empowerment Strategy document and action plan is guiding of effort on this field. Comprehensive social service networks, incentives that facilitate women's participation in economic lives, and budgeting effort responsive to women-man equality are some of these concrete steps we have taken. We also have supported women entrepreneurs, cooperatives. In addition, we have contributed to enhancing women's digital and financial literacy skills through regulation, including the right to part-time work after childbirth and mandatory child care services at place. A stronger balance between work and family has been ensured for women. We have achieved significant progress in women's participation in the labor force and their access to equal opportunities in all areas. The international community must develop new mechanisms to ensure the effective participation of women in peace progress, climate action, and digital transformation. As Turkey, we are determined to fulfill our responsibility in this regard. Turkey will continue its significant contribution to the work carried out in the international fora, in particular the UN. We stand ready to support every initiative that unlocks the potential of women and contributes to building more just and prosperous societies. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Turkey and now give the floor to Her Excellency Kristrún Frostadóttir, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iceland.
Excellencies, 30 years after the historic Beijing Conference and its groundbreaking declaration and platform for action, our commitments to full gender equality have yet to be fulfilled. We have made progress, but a gap remains between and within societies. We must continue to remind ourselves that equal societies are healthy and resilient societies. 30 years after Beijing, we see a backlash unfolding against hard-earned progress on human rights and gender equality. This is real and deeply concerning. Excellencies, I grew up with a female president, and I assumed as a young girl in Reykjavik that presidents were female. I knew nothing else. Role models matter, and what we normalize matters. In 1980, Icelanders democratically elected the world's first female president, a few years after a women's strike brought the country to a standstill. The rapid rise of women's political participation in Iceland made sure that policies such as universal childcare and shared parental leave were turned into reality. The norms changed when women moved into governing positions. The true victory, however, is that in Iceland, gender is not a decisive factor in public life anymore. What matters is that individuals serve with competence and integrity. I lead a coalition government where all three party leaders are women. The leader of the opposition is a woman, so is the president of Iceland and the Speaker of Parliament. Although this is historic, it doesn't feel abnormal to us. But Iceland is not perfect. Gender-based violence is of great concern, and the pay gap will remain while we continue to look at caretaking jobs as low-value jobs instead of what they really are, the backbone of our society. Excellencies, the burden is on all our shoulders to push for equality and change the norms across societies, so all children feel equal growing up and get equal opportunities, regardless of gender. Modern legislative action is key in areas such as childcare, labor market relations, parental leave, and LGBTQI rights. Let this Beijing 30th anniversary be a celebration of the success we have made, but also a reminder that we have a distance still to go. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Iceland and now give the floor to Her Excellency Pasowende Peliadje Kabore, Minister for Humanitarian Action and National Solidarity of Burkina Faso.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, distinguished delegates, in line with the Beijing Programme for Action, Burkina Faso has embarked on structural reforms with a view to sustainably improving living conditions, and especially those of women. This commitment led us to strengthen the legal and institutional framework, as well as initiatives aimed at the socio-economic empowerment of women and ensuring their full participation in decision-making. Our actions have resulted in significant progress. For instance, in the area of education, there has been a significant increase in girls' enrollment rates across the board, with a growing number of women in higher education. In terms of health, free maternal health care services, an increase in the rate of assisted deliveries going from 83% to 92% between 2015 and 2023, as well as a subsidy for the treatment of women's cancer have contributed to a significant drop in maternal mortality. In addition, the distances that need to be covered to access healthcare centres have been reduced. In terms of economic empowerment, our focus was better inclusion of women and girls in the agricultural and financial sectors. Women in these areas have thus benefited from public financing at preferential rates, covering at least 30% of the agricultural areas newly developed by the state. Between 2020 and 2024, more than 500,000 women benefited from loans from the Support Fund for Women's Income-Generating Activities for a total amount estimated at nearly $200 million. In governance, women's representation in Parliament and other decision-making bodies has improved significantly. Madam President, despite the efforts and the undeniable achievements, many challenges remain, especially due to the very difficult security context and the resulting forced displacement of populations. In response to this, Burkina Faso has adopted a national strategy for the recovery of internally displaced persons and host communities, integrating a gender-sensitive approach. In the medium and long term, my country intends to strengthen economic empowerment and women's entrepreneurship, intensify the fight against violence against women and girls, as well as harmful practices such as female genital mutilation, FGM, and forced early marriage. We're improving access to maternal and child health care, and we are also promoting women's access to decision-making and basic infrastructure. Fully convinced as we are of the essential role of the family as a vector for the transmission of values and as a lever for social transformation, our public policies will continue to place particular emphasis on the protection of the family as a guarantor of the development of women and girls. In conclusion, Madam President, my delegation will conclude. The Speaker's microphone has been cut off.
I thank the Minister of Burkina Faso, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Sean Sobers, Minister of Foreign Affairs and CARICOM Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago.
Chair, I thank the President of the General Assembly and UN Women for convening this meeting. Trinidad and Tobago has long advocated for a society where women and girls are empowered and promoted, and has consistently advocated for the removal of systematic barriers that inhibit inequality at home, in the workplace, and in the wider society. Today, we celebrate a momentous milestone, the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. This historic framework remains a beacon of hope and a call to action for achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls everywhere. This declaration has provided the catalyst for transformative change. It has driven policies that uplift women, amplify their voices, and champion their rights in education, health, leadership, and beyond. It has shown us that when women thrive, societies prosper. Today, my delegation is proud to be led by the Honorable Kamla Prasad-Visesa, Senior Counsel, as this is exactly the vision she has for women in Trinidad and Tobago. Chair, as we commemorate this occasion and celebrate the progress to date, we also lament there are millions of women and girls that still face barriers limiting their potential. From wage gaps and gender-based violence to unequal access to opportunities, the challenges are real and urgent. Emerging global crises such as climate change, conflict, and technological divides further exacerbate these inequalities, demanding our unwavering focus and action. This commemoration is not just a celebration of the gains made thus far, but an urgent call to action for the work yet to be done. Chair, Trinidad and Tobago is of the view that the best way to honor the legacy of Beijing is to renew our commitment to the vision encompassed in the platform of action. Let us work together to dismantle systematic barriers and create a world where every woman and girl can live with dignity, freedom, and opportunity. Together, we can build such a world where gender equality is not just a goal, but a reality for all. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and now give the floor to Her Excellency Ruth Kwan-Sing Cross, Minister for Women, Youth, Sport and Social Affairs of Kiribati.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, may I extend warm Pacific greetings from the beautiful islands of Kiribati to the commemoration of 8 decades of achievements since the founding of the United Nations. As we mark 30 years of the Beijing Platform for Action, we echo sentiments shared by His Excellency Jeremiah Manele, Prime Minister of the Solomon Islands and Chair of the Pacific Islands Forum. As one blue Pacific continent, we stand united in strength and diversity, championing gender equality and social inclusion as core values of our shared identity. We know that Pacific women are not just shaping change, we are delivering it. Kiribati has crafted national policies and frameworks aimed at mainstreaming gender-responsive approaches across all sectors. We have taken decisive steps to institutionalize gender-responsive budgeting to ensure financial resources are allocated effectively, bolstering the capacity of our gender machinery to deliver meaningful results through economic empowerment. Through these mechanisms and more, we remain resolute in our shared commitment to eradicate the scourge of gender-based